Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling.
Is make a stand for something that I truly believe is right. I truly believe is right. I wanna be like you. Come on, man. I'm the face of boxing. I'm the cash cow. I hold the record for pay-per-view. Me.
My drop. I know my drop. I know my situation. I want to fight. That's my production. Check it, you know. But it's gonna be very difficult for both of us.
Boxingvoice.com. Good morning, TBV. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. I am your host, Nestor Gibbs, joined alongside Alexander Lionez in New Jersey, and for the first time from the United Kingdom, Lady Chan. What's going on? How is everybody doing this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Happy to have you on the program to talk a little bit of boxing. Looks like Alex hasn't joined us just yet, but we are going to be discussing Terence Crawford versus Shawn Porter and some details that have just emerged. Shout out to Dan Rayfield with the great article and the coverage on the whole topic. At least we know now that there's a projected date of November. It looks like this will be a pay-per-view fight for us in the United States, which I'm quite sure you will have to pay for on Sky Sports with Top Rank's new deal with Sky Sports. Ever since Eddie left Sky Sports and Top Rank stepped in and made a deal, I'm sure you guys will pay some sort of price in pay-per-view for this fight. And it's going to be an ESPN, or they want it to be an ESPN and Fox co-promotion. Bob Arum seems to feel that they can make this fight quite easily within the 30 days. How confident are you? And obviously, good morning, welcome. And, tell us all about yourself. But how confident are you about this fight?
I did a commentary. I'm not that confident, to the fact that, if my memory serves me correct, I remember this getting posed before the WBO was sanctioning for this fight. And Shawn Porter was offered, I think the offer first started at 1.5, he turned it down. Then it was like 2 million, he turned it down. And then it went to 2.5, turned it down. So when he fought Spence, his purse was 2.5, or 2.5. So he's turned all this down for when it was for Bud. And now all of a sudden the WBO has sanctioned this. And it's gonna. I'm just not confident. I just think that I may be a pessimist. I'm usually optimistic, but I just think that Porter will duck.
Whoa, wait! You're saying Porter will duck? Like, not Al would advise him to fight someone else? You think Porter doesn't want this fight?
I don't think he wants this fight.
Wow.
No.
Wow. You know, it's funny you say that, because I think he's on record saying that this is a career-defining fight. This is a legacy fight, and that this is the fight he wants next. So it sounds like all the chips are just falling into place. According to this article on World Boxing News, written by Dan Rayfield, who used to be of ESPN, but wow, hard stance there, Lady Chan, hard stance. And it's Chan, right? I am pronouncing that right, correct?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
You can say Chan or Shan. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, so Shawn. Okay.
You can say any. Hey, I'm used to both. I'm fine with both. Any.
So where could people find you? What's the name of your YouTube channel? When do you go live? And what do you do on your channel exactly?
Okay, so I have a show called Come Box with Shan. Most people just type in Lady Shan Boxing and it comes up. I'm an artist predominantly. I do grime and dancehall. I took a little backseat. When lockdown happened, decided to get back into my boxing bag. Been brought up with boxing. Dad, Muhammad Ali. Stepdad, Mike Tyson. So always been around it. I go live. I've got
What? You say your stepdad's Mike Tyson?
No. I meant like my dad loved Muhammad Ali. My stepdad. Did you imagine that?
I was about to say, what the hell?
And my stepdad was Muhammad Ali, but he loved Mike Tyson. So those were the guys. And I go live on Mondays. Usually Mondays I do the weekly wrap-up show. I cover like a week in what happens in boxing. So that will be at 7 o'clock UK time. Be probably about 2 p.m. You guys, it's Eastern Standard Time. You guys have to figure out all this time zone stuff. It's too many time zones. But but that's what I do. I cover the sport of boxing. I do news flashes. I have guests on. I'd like you to come on, Ness.
Oh, I'd love to come on.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'd love to come on. Let's hammer out a date. Man, I can't believe you took a he's gonna duck stance. That was harsh. I don't know. I think that Porter arguably has one of the best resumes. Now, I know people say, well, he's only beat so-and-so and so-and-so. But I think that, people give so much credit to the previous generations, the Haglers and the Hearns of the world, and even Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier. These men all had losses, right? And they get praised for fighting each other while Porter doesn't get that praise. Porter, he's fought all his contemporaries except for, Terence now. And he doesn't really get the love and admiration that he should for doing that, right? Because, there's other welterweights out there that won't mix it up with everybody, or just fighters in general. Like, we're talking about, a man that's gotten in with just about everybody in the division, from Kell Brook to Devin Alexander, Malignaggi, Earl Spence, Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman, Sebastian Formella, Eric Bonet. Like, he gave everyone a shot, the truth is. So, hard for me to. I obviously, playing devil's advocate, I can see your way. Like, look, I'm older. It's the later stage of my career. Do I really want to take this type of a fight and suffer another loss? But at the same time, I think that there's so much to gain. There's so much of the unknown with Terence Crawford.
But what is there to get if he's not going to win, right? So
why not?
Bud Crawford's one of my favorite fighters. He's not going to win. He's not going to beat Bud. He's not going to beat Bud. So how career? Because I'm just going by reference that he tried to outprice himself already. So to me, you're not going to win. You're not going to beat Bud. A loss is not a big deal. A win, yes, it is career defining, but you're not going to win. So you're pricing yourself out. I think that Porter needs to realize that he's a gatekeeper now. He's going to be a gatekeeper. I don't think he's going to be a world title holder. This may be the last little hurrah. He's got other outlets. He's got his podcast. He's got, he's got his commentator.
My God, you're so dismissive. Let me tell you, he is a two-time welterweight champ. Kell Brook couldn't do that. Amir Khan, did he ever become a two-time welterweight champ? I don't even think Amir Khan's been a champ since 140. Like, it's difficult to do,
I know. I respect it. But I think it's over now. Where do you really... I don't think his career's over, but I think as a world title holder, when it comes to trying to get a belt off Bud, I don't think it's going to happen.
But what about So wait a minute. I sent you the article. Even Dan Rayfield, who has obviously more years doing this than you and I, says that this will be the best fighter Bud has ever faced. How can you just dismiss what's going to be the best fighter? Like, this is a senior writer here saying he's not even saying, well, arguably Porter and Horn are on the same level, or Brook and Khan. No, he's saying this is the best fight he's ever been with. And we've seen Kavaliauskas put him down, even though it wasn't counted as a knockdown. We've seen him hurt by little old Gamboa, who started his career at 126. We're talking about a guy that beat Usyk at 160. In the amateurs. Dropped Daniel Jacobs like 6 times in the amateurs at 165. I think Porter is strong.
He's amazing. Everything that you're saying, I totally agree with. He's amazing. He's been amazing. But I just don't think he's going to take the fight. I just don't think, and even if he does, why is he outpricing himself then? You tell me when this when this first was rumbled, why did he not accept 2.5 million?
I never heard the rumor of 2.5. What I heard Bob Arum say openly was that he wasn't giving Porter more than $1 million. So I don't know. 2.5 sounds like a decent offer. I think Kellbrook might have received the same or around. You said it yourself. He made $2 million for the Thurman fight, but he had a belt, so that was different. But again, I don't know that he turned down 2.5. But Alex, it seems like you got it together in the stock room there.
Yo, I don't even got my soundboard right now, but Duotron activated.
No sound bites for you.
Damn, look, listen, man. It's planned. When I saw the title, it's planned for Fox, ESPN pay-per-view. I'm still with. Is it? So you're saying that it's already signed and sealed?
No. No. This is just Bob giving out details, letting the world know he's very optimistic that post 2015 Manny Pacquiao Mayweather negotiations and fight, he had a bad taste in his mouth. He was left with a bad taste in his mouth doing that promotion. But obviously that was Mayweather and Heyman. He says since then, working with them to do the Wilder Fury, it's been nothing but roses and smiles, and he loves them, and he feels that they would say the same about him. So he is very confident that this fight will be negotiated within the 30 days, and it will end up being a split pay-per-view broadcasted by ESPN and Fox. And listen, this is the thing, right? If you don't negotiate, let me just put this out there for all the Bud Crawford fans, Lady Chan first. If you don't negotiate and this goes to purse bid and Al wins and then Porter wins, there's no rematch clause. If you negotiate before the 30 days, if somehow the toughest opponent of your life happens to beat you, which is probable, at least you negotiated a rematch clause because you were able to get a deal worked out within the 30. You wait past those 30, no rematch clause. No rematch clause. And let me tell you, anybody can say what they want. Put money on it, Ness. Cool. It's still the toughest opponent of his fucking career. The biggest, the toughest, the hardest is just the bottom line.
The best.
So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. I'm sure Bob, he's coming out saying all this because he knows I need to make a contract with a rematch clause. This way it'll also extend Crawford. His last fight is in October. So if you put a rematch clause and Crawford loses, Arum is still involved.
Yeah, we take it into 2022. But is this Crawford's last fight under top rank?
Allegedly it is. Now, like Dan Rayfield says, we're yet to see will he re-sign or be extended. But I think you lose if your contract had a rematch clause. Like if you negotiate in the 30 and you lose to Porter, your next fight might be with Top Rank because the contract was a rematch clause. So we'll see what happened. Very interesting. I love boxing. It's such a drama, such a soap opera. It's like, is he going to take it? Is he not going to take it? Is Al going to step in and offer him something bigger? Which I'm going to come out and say, because I get labeled a PBC fanboy. I don't think there's anything bigger. I don't think there's anything bigger for Porter. Obviously people will say, oh, he got the Earl Spence rematch, but does he really? He needs this Crawford fight to get that. Like, why would Earl look back and say, let me give this guy a rematch for no reason because he beat some dude in Germany named Formella? Like, nah, he needs this. You go get that belt, and man, you become the poster boy.
Again. Yeah.
Now, we know that Shawn Porter wants this fight,
Not according to Lady Shan. She says he's going to avoid this fight like the plague.
No way. He's been chasing this fight.
We've had so many fighters say they're going to take a fight. They tell all this, they announce it, and then they don't do it. Like,
that's true, but Shawn Porter has always been the one that, he's cut from the cloth that when he says he wants to do something, he tries his best to get it. And he's always been the type of fighter that shoots for the elites in the top 3, top 5. So I'm not for a second gonna think that Shawn Porter doesn't want this fight. The real question is, does Terence Crawford want this fight? You know, is he willing to step up and say, okay, this is the guy that's gonna basically put me in a different view in front of many fans that are still questioning, you know? I don't question Terence Crawford's skills. I know he's a hell of a fighter, and I know this fight would be a tremendous fight. But this will be the toughest test. And Shawn Porter's not one to shy away. Definitely don't think he's shying away. They had conversations in the past about trying to make this happen. They had the little closed-circuit meetings. Yeah. And it's come to this point. And for Bob Arum to start talking the way he's talking, you know, Bob's the type of guy, he's at a stage in his life where if he doesn't like something, he's going to say it. You know, he's going to be honest about it. You know, he's very, very loose when it comes to speaking his mind and how he feels about things that he doesn't like or doesn't want. And the way he's talking with the way things been going with PBC just gives me nothing but good feelings about this fight being made.
Me too.
Bro, they're liars. I can't believe that you guys just go along with it. Like, yeah, they're all liars. They're all liars.
Liar, pants on fire.
No, listen, he is the guy. I think his famous quote is like, you know, something about.
When I'm telling the truth, either today, like yesterday, I could have been telling the truth when I was lying. Today, I could be lying, but I was telling the truth.
Yeah, he does say that, but like that's all promoters. You know, Eddie gotta lie. You know, TGB gotta they have to entice the media, entice the fight fan, and you know, they have to sensationalize things, glamorize it a little bit more to make it sexier for us to latch on. But I'd rather be hearing these quotes that we're hearing today than, you know, the quotes we were hearing a few months back where he was like, oh, I'm only giving Porter $1 million. He's not worth it. See, now he's saying, well, it's different when a sanctioning body orders a fight. Well, it's different when they actually pick a good opponent versus, you know, some can that I got to go to purse bid with. Like, he was upset with the teller, whatever that dude name is from Thailand. He didn't like that. Based off the article, he didn't like that. And that's something we should talk about and educate the listeners, right? The reason he didn't like it is because obviously he has Taylor, who has a mandatory minimum, who has a contract with Top Rank. So that mandatory falls on the hands of his promoter to go to purse bid, look for a venue, look for a date, find a broadcaster. But now you're forced to fight some dude no one ever heard of from a town in a country no one really cares about in boxing. And now the networks are not happy. They don't want that, but they want to keep doing business with you and with Top Rank. So it becomes a bit of an issue. And that's what he's saying. Like, this is easier to sell to the networks. This is easier to put together than Taylor versus whoever the hell his mandatory was. And that's a problem in boxing, you know. When a mandatory gets called, if we don't know your name or how to pronounce it, you didn't do enough to get there. Let's just be real. You know, by now, like, I know how to say Glowacki because he's fought enough. You know, I know how to say Kavalaskis because he's fought enough. So it's like, if you haven't done enough, that's why we can't pronounce your name. We don't know who the hell you are. Maybe you need to go to the back of the line. But, you know. Yeah,
I get that. I don't know. I just think they all lie anyway. So maybe I'm just pessimistic. I just know that once I can't believe you can't remember when he got offered up to 2.5. It started at 1.5. And then I watched the Porter podcast, that's why. And he was discussing bits, and at the time of when he was like, you can't be offering me $1 million. Then he came back, you can't offer me $2 million. And I was like, how much does dude want then? Like, what do you think your worth is and you've got no belt?
I mean, his worth is he made $2 million in a unification that did 270,000 American pay-per-views at $80. That's about $22 million. Crawford's never made $22 million in any fight he's ever been in, or rather generated $22 million. That's the problem. You know, they generated $22 million.
4.5 million. That's his past, no matter what.
Yeah, and
it's 4.5. So we don't care what.
No,
we don't care what.
But
Mr.
that's the problem.
Generates. His past is low.
But that's the problem, Lady Chan. That's why you see Bob Arum so reluctant to make deals because he know he got to pay Crawford alone 4.5. So now, damn, I got to pay Keith how much? Nah, we ain't doing that fight. I got to pay Porter how much? Nah, I ain't doing that fight. I could pay Velasquez how much? David Avenizin only taking 250,000. Give me that fight. Yeah. So he's being economical. But if you want a real fight, Tyson Fury versus Wilder didn't cost $4 and $2 million each. If you want a real fight, it costs money. Danny versus Earl didn't cost $4 and $2 million each. That was an 8 and an 8. Like, I mean, excuse me, not Danny. I meant to say Earl and Mikey. You know, and if you think about, look at Vargas. He's worth 7 to DAZN versus Vargas. I mean, look at Mikey. He's worth 7 to DAZN versus Vargas. So it's like, I don't know. You get what you can negotiate. You know, that's where you fall. But before you go, we got one guest. Yeah. You leaving?
Okay. No. I was gonna just read some of the super chats that came in regarding to the topic.
All right, first one is from KDDR, but real quick, I just want to say we're gonna have Lorenzo Truck Simpson, who's gonna be fighting August 14th in a showdown in A-Town, which we will be commentating. So he'll be on the show in about a minute or so. And we got a Patreon post out. If you want to ask him any questions, you can do so by going to patreon.com/theboxingvoice. First super chat is KDDR.
KDDR says, Terence Bud Crawford, pound for pound, undisputed 3-division world champ. Going to beat the snot out of Porter and stop him. Another victim of KO streak. Next, EJ getting stopped. If he somehow survives Pacquiao. Hashtag the real man down. And one time, hashtag the Orca for the kill.
You know, that's going to be a huge statement. There's a lot of people that think that this fight doesn't happen like you, but for different reasons, Lady Chan. They believe Al's playing chess, and he says to himself, if I give you this piece and you knock him out, now the tables are kind of evening out because it's a common opponent with Earl who didn't knock out Porter.
Right.
And Terence is on a knockout streak. I think he's on a 9-fight now. So, what's the probability of him stopping that streak? Or can he be the first man to stop Porter?
That's what I don't know. He's going to get the stoppage, regardless. But I think Porter will be stopped on his feet. I don't think
I can see that. I can see that because he's so tough. Not I can see it because I think it's probable. I can see it because he's such a tough guy. You know, maybe the corner, the ref. You know, I know the father's in the corner. You know, you seeing your son taking the beat, and we don't know what's gonna go through your head. What do you think? Does Porter, does Crawford have the skill, talent, power to be the first man to stop Shawn Porter?
I mean, he was able to do that with, give me 1 second. He was able to do that with.
All right, so he was able to do that with.
Sorry about that. He was. Sorry, guys, I'm multitasking, but yeah, he was able to do that with EJ. You know, he was able to. God damn. All right, guys.
What, about to eat yogurt? That. What you gonna do?
Bro, I just got a little hors d'oeuvre from the chef special here. I'm sorry. All right, look. Can Terence Crawford stop Shawn Porter? Shawn Porter is not one to be stopped. He's taken shot after shot after shot. I'm talking about heavy shots with different opponents. He's been knocked down by Adrian Broner. He's gotten back up. I don't know if Terence Crawford is going to be able to have that barrage of punches where he gets stopped on his feet. I can see him maybe knocking down Shawn Porter because this happened before. Yeah. Shawn runs into shots. Yeah. He's that type of fighter. You know, he takes those type of risks. He does run into
some shots.
You know, he's that type of fighter. He takes risks. He tries to overwhelm you. But, you know, when I saw Terence Crawford stop Kell Brooks, it gave me a more of an insight. You know, when I seen him stop Kell Brooks, I saw that look in his eye, that killer instinct. You know, that ability to be able to finish. So Terence Crawford is one that can stop Shawn Porter if he's in the right position, if the right punches are landing. You know, it's a fight of high caliber. So, you know, for a ref to automatically stop it, it's gonna have to be a lot of punches landing, and Shawn's gonna have to be very, very, very hurt.
It could happen because I predicted it when I did my prediction show for Brooke and for Brooke and
Yeah, but Brooke was a battered man.
I said fourth round. I said the fourth round.
But Brooke is a battered man. He's a battered man. I mean, you picked the round, so you get a lot of kudos for that. But he was battered. Everyone knew he was gonna get stopped. We're live with Truck Simpson here. What's going on, Truck? Lorenzo Truck Simpson in the building. He will be fighting August 14th in the showdown in A-Town. Truck, man, how are you, brother? Good morning.
Good morning, you guys. I'm feeling good, chilling, getting ready, narrowing down. I'm feeling amazing right now.
Good to hear, man. Good to hear. So, just to, I guess, get some facts, you're still training with Calvin Ford?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So he'll be in the building for your fight August 14th.
Yes.
I'm also hearing a stablemate. I guess you can tell us a little information as far as last name. Is Stacy? Someone named Stacy is going to be on that card, possibly?
Yeah, Stacy Salvi is on the card. He 3-0. 3 knockouts, I believe, or 2 knockouts. He signed to GTD, so which is Gervonta Davis. Yeah, he would be on the card.
So I want to ask something. Make it a little uncomfortable, but I thought you was with MTK Global. Did you part ways, or are you guys still together?
I wouldn't say. I actually wouldn't know what to say. You would have to ask my uncle.
All right, because I haven't, I didn't see them talking about this upcoming fight, so I wasn't sure whether or not you guys were still together. Nonetheless, you are staying active, and you're the main event at the Cosmopolitan. How does it feel, obviously, to be the main event in Atlanta? And are you, I guess, foreseeing a sold-out crowd?
I'm definitely seeing a sold-out crowd. I've been selling out shows, underground shows, so at least when it's time for me to make that deal with that network, I know that they know that I can bring a lot of fans and I can put asses in seats. So it's an amazing thing.
So there's a rumor going around that Gervonta Davis has never missed a Truck Simpson fight. Is that true?
I think he missed probably one fight, and because I believe Giovanni was born, but I can honestly say he don't miss my fights.
That's what's up. How does that feel? Does that give you added motivation, or you feel like it's pressure? Because he's obviously kind of like the big bro, right?
It's definitely motivation. It's never pressure because he's do you see how when he fight, he has Coach Calvin, but he had Floyd helping him as well. Mm-hmm. That's just how he be at my fight. He don't even have a seat really. He's standing right there. He that close. He telling me what he see from outside. He know I can see good inside, but sometimes some things you can't see from the inside that people can see on the outside. So he a big help.
Absolutely. That's definitely got to be motivation. Now I feel like it's gonna be do you feel like this is your biggest fight card ever?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's the biggest fight card now.
So you've headlined something bigger than this? Because I feel like it's a lot of star power. You got yourself, obviously.
I haven't headlined something bigger, but I fought in bigger
events.
Bigger cards.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? How do you find it making weight? Is it a struggle, and will you stay at the weight that you're at, and would you look to move up?
No, I don't think weight is a struggle. Everybody that know me know I'm a workaholic. Just the time being for the last camp, there's no excuses, but I went through a lot of things with life period. The year 2020, I lost a set of grandparents and I lost my uncle, which probably was the closest person to me. So I wasn't gonna say I wanted to stop boxing, but I wasn't into boxing like that. I wasn't taking my job serious, but I realized what happened, and now I'm just gonna have to do it for them. And I took my crown.
Motivation, yeah. And would you see yourself moving? So sorry, I'm a bit out of touch. What weight cat are you in at the minute?
I'm gonna fight at 160 for this fight, but I go from 154 and 160. I fluctuate.
Oh, okay. So would you look to go to 168 super middle, or 154 and 160 is your comfort zones for the rest of your career, would you?
I'm a campaign at these 2 week class. Whatever opportunity come first, or whatever
Right.
rank the highest, I'm gonna take the belt at that weight class.
Right.
But eventually, I'm only 21. I just turned 21, so my body definitely gonna grow. So I can definitely see me at 68 in the near future, like 2 years or a year and a half, maybe.
Right. Okay. Who? Sorry, one more question there.
Go right ahead.
If you could pick, oh, sorry guys. If you could pick like anyone to fight, like it doesn't matter. It obviously in your weight cap, who would be the person that you would want to fight?
Like anybody, like now or
it didn't matter. There's no hold bars. There's no this side of the street, that side of the street. This one's got this. Just who would be your perfect fight for now if you could do it now?
Charlo.
I knew he was going to say that. I knew he was going to say that.
But you fighting at 2 divisions, so which Charlo? Because you fighting at 54 and 60.
Really both though. I really like to fight with both.
Wow, both. Okay.
I'm talking about the Charlos.
I respect the Charlos a lot, but like as boxing fans, so you guys know, like I feel like my style is like tailor made for them too. Like it's like it's tailor made for them.
And what did you see with
their style was made for a lot of other people. I feel like my style, I would look amazing if I do my job on one of them.
With the Castano fight, who did you see with Jamel? Who did you see winning? How did you call it?
I think Castano won. The 117 one. I can see a draw only because we know how it go in boxing. If you're the champion, but I don't see Charlo winning neither. But that 117, 111 was like disrespectful.
Right.
Yeah, it was a little bogus.
Yeah, that was disrespectful.
Yeah.
How did the name Truck come about, Lorenzo? I mean, I know tank. You got tanks. You got trucks in the camp. How that come about?
That's true. I never thought of that.
Man, come to our gym one time. We got a lot of names. Everybody get nicknames. We got nicknames. John Wick, Grinch, Time Machine. We got many nicknames. But when you first come in, you show what you're about, and that's how you get your nickname. So the first day I actually came in the gym, I instantly sparred. And of course, I didn't know too much. I knew the basics, but I didn't know too much because I'm a young kid that fights, so we know how to fight. But I just went straight through him.
All right, so the truck name is definitely I guess an insight into your style. Then is that your type of style? Pressuring, overwhelming the opponents.
I feel like I haven't developed a style yet because I like if you give me a style, it's like I did it on an A-class fighter or a B-class fighter. I don't feel like nobody got to see my style yet because I can actually box. Just like I tell people all the time, I think Tank is a better boxer than he's a better puncher, but nobody got to show us yet because the guys, the hard work we put in, the guys not being durable enough to take the power that we have. So I feel like just wait to see.
Well, how tall are you?
I'm 5'11".
Okay.
Decent height.
So we got some questions from the people. You have it pulled up, Alex, or no?
Not quite yet, but I'll have it up in 2 seconds.
All right. So when do you foresee yourself coming out? Like, cause the fight card, the doors open at 5 o'clock. What time is the main event yourself, you think, doing your ring walk? And have you picked your ring walk song yet?
I haven't picked my ring walk song yet. Well, I did, but I really can't tell you. So
surprise. Okay.
So, but if it start at 5, I think probably like 9:30, 10ish, that time right there.
Okay. And who's doing your outfit? You have someone new, or do you work with a particular person that does your ring outfits? And are they on Instagram? I know there's a lot of people emerging now. That's why I'm trying to figure it out.
I actually
make sure it's not too heavy.
Shots fired.
I actually work with Daz's nephew, but he don't really do the Instagram.
All right. So this is gonna be a Dapper Dan suit.
Yeah, my last probably 4 fights been through him. My uniform's been him.
Nice.
Right. turn. No.
All right. So.
Where we going?
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Ask where we going. Yeah, sure.
Say again?
I'm saying, where we going? What are we doing?
Oh, the next question. Well, I'm going to get out to the people. We got James Valdez in San Antonio, Texas. He says, if David Benavidez fights Jamal Charlo, who wins and how?
I believe Benavidez win by knockout, probably late, just because Charlos are tough. So like, you're not going. I don't think they just going for early rounds, but I think Benavidez is way more skilled than Charlo.
It doesn't matter to you that he hasn't been in the ring with anybody like a Charlo. Like his resume, like no one on his resume looks like a Charlo, fights like a Charlo, or is as accolated as a Charlo. Does that not matter?
I don't really see nobody.
Lady Chan said no.
I don't see nobody on Charlo thing that been like Benavidez either.
Good point.
Let
me see.
As well.
I mean, nobody definitely has that activity or, that style of Benavidez. I don't know. I'm not as high as the world on Benavidez. I feel like he squares up a lot, and he's going to – I mean, Ronald Graville put him down. How could Charlo, the big one, not? How y'all overlooking that? Like, Graville – he had a rematch with Graville. No one expected him to have 2 fights with Graville. How could we just overlook Charlo? I don't know. You're a 2-time champ. Austin Trout on there, Bundridge, Julian Williams.
Him, but I think right there in front of Benavidez. He right there in front of Benavidez, and Benavidez output. The Charlos, when they fight like hard, when both of them just fought very active, both of them was like tired.
So you saying if you put the pressure on them, they tank might be the reason?
I believe so. I mean, that's what happened these last 2 fights. When both of them just fought,
right,
and they was at a high pace. Both of them gassed out. When power shots wasn't landing, they gassed out. And we know Benavidez is gonna be Benavidez always dirt, and he's gonna be active. And he's not that guy that Charlo fought. He's much bigger, much stronger. He has knockout power.
Have you ever?
Yeah. Same.
No, go ahead, Lady Chen.
I'm the same. Benavidez is a pressure fighter. He comes forward. He does take a lot of shots. He does absorb a lot of shots. But I just don't think, looking at both of them, they're both recent fights, Benavidez is just going to keep on coming. And like my guy said, it's going to be missing with the power shots. He drains his energy. His tank's going to dwindle. He's more reliant on power at the minute than more on boxing. But Benavidez, he's not going to care. He's power, straight through it. Yeah. Benavidez all the way for that Charlo fight.
I don't know. Big Charlo showed me good defense too in that Derevyanchenko fight. The way he was catching them shots off the ropes.
I think Benavidez is definitely open for counter shots, especially those uppercuts that Jamal likes to throw as a counter. I don't know. It would be a great fight, man.
Great fight. What do you think about that, though, Truck? What do you think about the fact that Benavidez is on Charlo's heels? Like, he is saying he's ducking me. He's saying he'll come to 160. Charlo's saying get a vaccine. Then he's saying I'm not really a 68. I'm not moving up. Like, we've never seen Charlo, have so many things to say about, other than let's fight.
I mean, that's self-proof right there that the fight wouldn't be no walk in the park. It's not no easy win. So, man, I don't know. I don't really be into it, so I wouldn't say he ducking him. But this fight should be easy to happen.
Yeah, duck is a hard word, man. Over my years in the sport, I understand that sometimes there's just a better route. Either that's more economical, or something like that. But let me ask you, last question on that Charlo Benavidez situation. Is that worth pay-per-view? Like, should the first fight be pay-per-view, or do you think that's just a Showtime or like a Fox fight? Big Charlo, David Benavidez.
I don't really recall Benavidez bringing a crowd. I know I was at the Charlo fight, and he did cool to be in his city. He did good to be in his city. But pay-per-view, I don't feel like neither one of them really pay-per-view yet. But they both need that name, so I feel like the fight should really happen because they both need a strong name.
Speaking of pay-per-view, today we're talking Terence Crawford and Shawn Porter, and that's what Bob is saying, like that he's confident this fight will get done both with PBC and ESPN. doing an ESPN Fox pay-per-view in November. Do you think we'll finally get Terence Bud Crawford versus Shawn Porter? And yeah, man, how does that fight play out in your mind?
I really think it's gonna happen just because Shawn fought everybody and really don't have nobody else to fight, and Terence is not doing anything. So I think the fight definitely will happen. And how it play out, I never judge a fight when it's against Shawn Porter. I was just in camp with him. I was just
about to say, you being in Vegas, I know you must have sparred him.
Yeah. I was just working with him, and like even me, I'm a very poised fighter, and like he can just change. He can make you change. Like he can. It's just weird to explain. Like anybody Shawn fight, it never go how you expect it to go.
Do you think the biggest thing you need in a Shawn Porter fight is accuracy or gas tank?
Gas tank.
Yeah, that
He
gas
gonna
tank.
push the hell out you. Is that?
I would say gas tank before accuracy because Earl was probably one of the most accurate fighters out right now, and you hit him with them shots, and he still he gonna come. So I feel like you gonna need the gas more. You need the gas. You gotta willing to fight him the whole time.
So being in the ring with him, do you think that like he applies? I don't know if you have another phrase or word for it. I like to call it mental pressure, where he's like making you do stuff, but he ain't really moving his hand. He just in front of you. He constantly in front of you, putting that mental pressure. So it's making the fighter want to work harder than he needs to. And that's how I feel his fights play out. I don't know how it is in sparring though, but you said something, so I wanted to touch on it.
It's kind of, sort of. See, like mental pressure would be like tank, like knockout punch. When they coming, you know that they coming. Like somebody like that's the most mental pressure. With Shawn, it's like you can't get ready for it. You don't know what he doing. Like he just moving different type of ways that you ain't never used to, and constantly. So you constantly thinking. So I mean, in a way, it's mental pressure, but it's really like you're not afraid what he about to do. You just don't know what he doing. Like and then it's constant. Like every time you think he's about to stop, it's just he just gone. And, yeah, he just moving this.
Can I ask, in sparring in that, does he tend to do the windmill effect? The windmill.
Yeah, that's how he fight. That's how he fight, and it worked for him.
Did he do the foot stomp with you? Did he do the foot stomp? He like to stomp his foot, he stomps his foot like he about to, like it's a feint, but it's really a stomp.
That's how he fight. Of course,
I call it Flintstone stomp.
Oh my God, I love Shawn. I think this is gonna be a fantastic fight. Let me ask you: do you think Crawford has the ability, skill, and power to continue that knockout streak? When it comes to Shawn, that's gonna be. It'll be knockout number 10 in a row if he can do it. Can he do it?
I definitely wouldn't doubt him. He's pound for pound, arguably probably number 1 or top 3. So I definitely wouldn't question his knockout power. I definitely believe he can do it. If he does do it, the Earl fight has to happen. Like because Earl didn't. He didn't. Earl looked at Rocky in the fight. It was a very close fight to me. It could have went a draw to me, honestly, with Earl and Shawn.
See, Lady Chan,
So,
I told you
this
fight
if
dangerous.
he knocks him out, the fight gotta happen.
This is what I'm saying. It's a dangerous fight if they really let Porter fight him, because now everybody gonna think what you think. Like if he looks better beating Porter than Earl did, it's like, no, we want that fight now, and the pressure gonna be on.
Gotta happen.
But anyway, we got a few more questions for you. Coach Myers says, what's up, champ? For the last 2 years, I've been saying you versus Joey Spencer is a big fight for y'all. What do you think about that matchup? And is that a matchup we'll see soon, or would you rather build that fight as big as possible?
Me and Joey Spencer fought in the amateurs. Of course, I beat him. I think.
Why? Of course.
I think it's a good matchup. I don't know how. I don't know like how gradually he will move. So I don't know if it would be how it's gonna be bigger later. But yeah, it's definitely could be a big fight.
Okay, we got King Born in Brooklyn. It says, King Born from Crown Heights, Brooklyn here. Peace, Truck. I love how you're destroying your competition. My question is, give me your top 5 fighters that you like to watch. Keep doing your thing. Peace.
Top 5.
But not who's your top 5, just your top 5 you like to watch, like the people that bring you
Oh,
to
I like
watch.
to watch now or period.
Now.
Yeah,
Now.
let's do now. Let's do now.
Javante Davis, Shakur Stevenson, Devin Haney. Who else? Let me see who else. I love Furry and Joshua.
Oh, okay. So doesn't have to be
And who else I like? Oh, Caleb. I like Caleb.
Oh man, now we got a bunch of.
I'm a very big fan of. What's the monster? The monster. What's his? How you say his name?
Inouye. He talking about Inouye.
Yeah.
So which Caleb do you like? It's not Truax, is it?
Yo, you take mad shots, Lady Chan.
Yo, Miss Chan got the shots coming.
Yo, so Chuck, man, since you brought up Keller Plant, I know you in Vegas, so you see him very closely.
Yeah.
It looks like he getting this big Willy Wonka ticket, the Canelo fight, the dream fight. How you think that plays out, man? A lot of people counting my boy out, man. I think Sweet Hands actually got some sweet hands.
I love Caleb. But I just feel like I love Caleb. Caleb, no, man, that's my guy. I just feel like at the time being, nobody can beat Canelo at this time. That's just how I feel. I love Caleb. I think Caleb beat everybody else, but at this time, I don't think nobody beats that man.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that, fella.
Yep, he's not beat. He ain't beat. Guys, let's just drop it. Like, let's just let's be in reality sometimes. Like, when he was fighting Billy Joe Saunders, I'm from the UK. I got slewed. I told everyone Billy Joe Saunders is not going to beat Canelo. Oh, how can you not back your British bro? And I was like, bruv, I'm from realism. He ain't.
I'm from Realism UK.
Yeah, for real, dude.
That was a great one.
Next one's coming in from Brandon Lenz, and he says, who is the fighter that you think has the best chance to make Tank Davis have to show us his boxing ability?
Good question.
I think Teofimo is one of the guys that could actually make Tank do something different. Just because he coming just like Tank is coming. That's how I feel. I feel like he coming with the power just like Tank. And then I think he thinking Tank's smaller, that he's gonna come. Devin is gonna box your ears off, so you're not gonna really see too much different. All the other guys box. I think Teofimo or Ryan will really show him box a little bit.
Okay.
What? Depending on their power, he gonna come forward too.
I want to ask you, we've been talking about this, and I've been forcing it on people. I think it's a big fight. I'm getting laughed at. I mean, they laughing hard at me, right? But Leonard Ellaby was on Twitter, and he said Tank could be in a big fight, and he put quotes, big pay-per-view at 147. So before I tell you who people laughing at me for picking, who do you think is a safe? I mean, because obviously nobody want to see him lose, and I know Leonard ain't gonna put him in there with somebody that could make him lose, right? So, like, who you think this 147 fighter could be?
Who, guys?
Ooh. What? Damn, you think he could fight? I mean, people think Ugas beat Porter in some. Yeah, all right, Lady Chan, you hating on Porter. We're gonna get you set up in the ring with Porter.
The ref didn't take it as a knockdown. That was BS.
I don't know.
Tank can beat Ugas.
Yeah, he was.
Wow, you think he could beat Ugas?
Yeah.
Man, Tank did more rounds than probably anybody. I think he can beat Ugas.
Wow. So here's my name, so you can laugh like everyone else.
Go ahead.
Andre Berto has magically been put on the rankings, bro. Like, he's been inactive for 4 years. He's a welterweight. He's only like 5'6" or 5'7", and now he's top 10 after not fighting in 4 years. And he's an Al Heyman boy. That shit makes sense.
I heard him say something about him and Al had a good talk.
Exactly. And what would be bigger in Atlanta with Tank? I mean, obviously, Devin and Tank is the biggest thing to do in Atlanta or Vegas. But if you can't get Devin, I don't know. You like the Berto fight? You think I should stop saying that out loud?
Nah. Why not match him up with Conor Ben?
I think you could.
All I got is.
I think that might can happen.
Exactly.
Tank and the team always surprise you. So I really believe that fight can possibly happen.
What do you think? How do you think he does? Because look, obviously Berto is 4 years out of the ring, but the power there.
He's knocking Berto out.
But what about Berto's power?
He's knocking Berto out.
I'm not.
But I don't think nobody ever knocked Berto out. Not even Porter.
Well, yeah,
Floyd hurt Berto. How old Floyd was at this time?
He ain't knock him out, though. He ain't knock him out.
He ain't quit.
Yeah, but Tank is knocking dudes out.
Tank is knocking him out.
Let's get back to realism again. Let's rotate back into realism.
Yo, that's a great fight. I don't know why people. Yo, see,
is knocking him out.
That's a good fight though. Or you think the Ugas fight better?
I don't know about it being a great fight, champ. Tank gonna smoke him.
It's a fight. You can't just say that.
Fight.
Yeah, he a 126 pounder. I don't know why people think Conor Ben. He busy. Conor Ben busy, and he ain't gonna come over here. We all know that. Matchroom got a plan. They got a plan. He find Granados.
That'd be a good fight, though.
Down the line, you know. I like Conor Ben. He doing his thing, but I don't think the Matchroom, and even I don't think that, you know, like Leonard. What you think about that, Truck? Tank and Conor Ben.
I don't think that's happening.
That's a serious fight right now, especially at welterweight. That's too big. That kid, he lets his hands go, and he ain't get big enough. When Conor gets as big as he's supposed to be, then I could see that, because it'll be like when Floyd fought Ricky Hatton. You know, let Conor come over here with all them damn fans. Then we gonna knock him out. You know what I'm saying? Because he wide.
Yeah.
He was hitting Vargas like with these loopy shots. Somebody could come up under that with that Tank uppercut. But anyway,
I can do that. Yeah.
we do got Steve in the UK that says, "Hey champ, thanks for coming on the show. You said you weren't taking boxing seriously at the beginning. What distractions did you have, and what made you focus solely on your career now?" Thanks for coming on the show, Steve in the UK.
No, not at the beginning. When the incidents first happened, I didn't have that motivation to go in the gym. Okay. I wasn't going in the gym as much. I was I'm a young person, so I was just really at first I was just trying to work it off, but it wasn't working because I was in a sad motion. So when I finally got to breathe, I wasn't in a boxing mood, and then I had to find a little back.
Mhm.
Your mental wasn't in it at the time.
Yeah, I wasn't mentally there, and then the last minute I just tried to do things, and it was even when I missed weight, it wasn't like oh, I couldn't make weight. It was like my body and my mind just wasn't trying to let me. It wasn't letting me do nothing.
Yeah, he was grieving. I just see someone in the comments, big up Sentos. He said that a Tank and a Conor Ben wouldn't be a big enough draw. So, all right.
What?
So why was the Tank and a Barrios? This is Nigel Ben's son.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. That's a big fight. That's a huge fight. That's a huge fight, but it just ain't. It ain't ready.
It's not meant to happen.
When it's supposed to happen, I'm saying it's still a huge fight.
If it happens, because, you know, the Tank thing, for all we know, it was Leonard just, you know, getting people on Twitter hot. You know what I mean? But Truck, man, I want to thank you, obviously, for coming on. Those are all our questions from the people. I don't know if my co-host got anything else for you. If not, please give out social media. Let everybody know where to get tickets from. If not, I got the flyer and the phone number showing for anyone that wants to call in. But yes, please give out your social media, and thank you one more time for coming onto the show.
For sure. I really appreciate you guys. Y'all always help me, always backing me. Follow me at Lorenzo_Simpson or all social platforms. Stay tuned. I really think I got something special going. So stay tuned, and I'll fight for y'all. And I love being here.
All right. Thank you, brother. We look forward to getting you back on closer to fight week. And once again, man, thanks for coming on the show.
For sure.
Can't wait to be calling your fight, Lorenzo.
For sure.
All right, later. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Truck Simpson, Lorenzo Truck Simpson on the show. JT, whatever question you put, it ain't there, champ. It ain't there. So
yeah, I refreshed it too before.
I refreshed it like 100 times because he asked me to refresh. It's just not there. He must not.
Conor Ben v Virgil Ortiz. Great fight.
Yeah, Ben and Virgil Ortiz would be a great fight. That's a more realistic fight than Tank. Like, and let me just explain why, right? Because so with Tank, in order for a guy like Conor to get that fight, he's got to be able to be at the max of his potential. So, like I said, so that it can be something like Mayweather and Hatton.
Right.
But right now, I don't think, I mean, they're still developing Conor Ben based off the opposition. Like, they're great wins. He's winning in fantastic fashion the way he beat Formella and Vargas, but they're still developmental wins. You know what I mean? Like, he hasn't fought like a former world champ, right?
No, they're just trying to build him up to that. But he does as a prospect.
I think the Porter fight,
he has the best numbers.
When the time is ready, the Porter fight might be his fight. Like, if Crawford beats Porter still has that fight by going to the UK. If you can beat the young son of Conor Ben, Nigel Ben, all of a sudden you're back. And if not, you are what Lady Chan said, which isn't a disrespectful term. After you educate yourself, he's a gatekeeper. If Conor turns around and beats Porter, he's entitled. He deserves a title shot. He just showed you why he deserves a title shot. So that's why the term gatekeeper was invented. It's not a disrespectful term for anybody assuming that. We do have a few super chats. Mills Lane says, listen here, Crawford gonna be undisputed again in a second weight class. Yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. We got another one from Mills Lane who says, Porter will look like Jeff Horn stopped same way. That would be impressive because he picked apart Jeff Horn. It didn't look like anybody expected, I'm sure.
Porter's tough though. He's tough. He's a tough guy. So I'm not like discrediting his toughness because he's tough.
We got here Late Show 42 with the $5 super chat says, done dem season. That's your thing. I seen it all over your Instagram. But so you gonna have to pronounce that last word, a bunch of R's. What is he saying? Ra?
So I say rah.
Oh, okay. Some dance hall shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Lady
pick
Chan.
up Late Show 42. I know who he is. He subs to me as well, and good guy.
Well, appreciate him coming to check you out live on the Boxing Voice. Look at Lady Chan showing she got the pull, bringing her audience. We got D-Lo. Don't forget, let them know where they can subscribe to you.
Sure. You can subscribe to Lady Shan Done Them Season. Just type in Lady Shan on the YouTube. It will bring you straight to my my channel. Click the subscribe, click the notifications, and because I'm always posting, I'm always doing news reports as well. And just rock with me. You see, if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. But check it out first.
D-Lo.
Instagram as well, Ness. Instagram as well.
For sure.
Instagram and Twitter at Lady Shan, LadyChann. Find me there too.
D-Lo in the 404 Boxing says plenty channels, and I guess he meant YouTube channels, picked Brooke by KO then cried bum. Bro, D-Lo, I'm going to just tell you this right now. Like, this is no form of disrespect at all, but anywhere you went, and you heard them picking Kell Brook by stoppage over Terence Crawford, you should immediately stop watching those channels. Immediately unsubscribe, turn the notifications off, and just part ways, because you can get dumbed down. No logical boxing fan picked Kell Brook, who hadn't fought in 3 years at 147. It was 3 years since he made 147. For you to even assume he was going to knock out Crawford shows the level. And I know it wasn't you, D-Lo, but you're watching those channels.
Man. It's your people. They're lying to you.
Your people?
Yeah,
yo, I love you.
Happy. That's wild. And I'm British. I'll tell the truth.
Word.
He weren't winning. He's going to get knocked out. He did. I wonder what's happening with him now, though, Ness.
Who,
like
Brook?
with Kell Brook.
Oh, no. Brook is over. He rode off into the sunset. He got a UK pay-per-view, kickback. Then he got the good upfront money. I mean, it's over, isn't it?
Yeah, he hasn't announced that he's retired. I heard something that he said that he'd be looking for another fight. And that was a few months back.
Eddie should throw him a bone and make the Conor Ben fight. Huge domestic fight. Conor wants Amir. He might as well get Brook in the meantime.
Yeah, true. That'd be a great fight.
Huge domestic fight. I don't mind that. We got Chris Carson, who says, Ness, if Bud washes Porter, what are we saying? We're saying that he's great. I mean, we have to. Two-time welterweight champion. Listen, this is what he needs. A legitimate, obviously Kavalaskis is a legitimate welterweight win. But this is a legitimate elite level welterweight win. There will be no more talk of he's not a real welterweight. He's not fighting real welterweights. No, this is what we want. And I love it.
Yeah. You'd have to give him his credit where it's due.
Yeah.
I know people hate doing that. They hate giving Bud credit.
We got Boom with his $2.99 super chat that says, hey, champ, Boom will be at your fight in ATL. Well, shout out to Boom sending that message to Lorenzo Truck Simpson, saying that he'll be live in the ATL at the Showdown in A-Town, where Lorenzo Truck Simpson is the main event, with Darren the Gift Cunningham as the co-main event. Hendry Martinez de Lo Mio, trained by Ken Porter, also on that card. I mean, so much talent on this card. You don't want to miss it. TBV will be live commentating and live streaming it right here to the YouTube channel. So if you can't make it to the ATL and be at a fucking movie, you better watch it right here on our YouTube channel. Absolutely free. You don't even have to be a member. You don't got to like nothing. It's just absolutely free. So yeah, man, I'm going to take a few callers and mix things up. We're talking Terence Crawford versus Shawn Porter. You know, we got our good friend Bob Arum feeling very, very confident that this fight is going to happen. He's letting us know November is the targeted date. They're looking at a Fox ESPN or ESPN Fox split pay-per-view. So he went as far as to say that he's in such a happy place after doing business with PBC for that Wilder Fury that he's super confident this gets made. He called them wonderful people over there, and he also said that he believes that they would say the same about him. So, I mean...
they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. Sorry, but they wouldn't.
Very optimistic Bob Arum. And, before I do open up the lines, I want to ask you, do you think he sounds as
I know what you're
happy?
Say.
He sounds, willing. He sounds... so... I don't know.
Positive.
Is this a facade to make Terence believe, look, I can work with them. Re-sign with me. I can get you this fight and then the next one, because they're willing to work with us.
Yeah. I think all right, I'll go with what you're saying. That there is some positivity. I'm still a bit reluctant, but it's better than how he was, with the Wilder and Wilder Fury AJ situation. In comparison, he sounds a lot more, positive. So yeah, I want the fight to happen. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just thinking, I don't know this. I just think it may not happen, but just ignore me.
But my question is more: do you feel his optimism?
Yeah, I do.
But do you think his optimism is due to him trying to keep Terence on Top Rank?
Yeah, because Bob is, as we know, and he's well known to grow people's career. Then he pisses them off. They leave. He slags them off, talks nasty about them. I think at this stage in his life, you know, he's 90. He's not going to be here for the longest, is he? So you may as well start doing things a little bit proper. He's maybe realizing that he's got a great commodity. Stop laughing there.
Yo, because you like, yo, he might not be here for a while. So basically, he's turning a new leaf before he goes. She's out of control.
Yeah. Basically, yeah. So, you know, hey, what do I know, though? I'm just a girl from the UK.
Nah, man, I love it. We got Rolling with the Punches that says TBE, TBV. Great show. Very entertaining. The truck made a new license plate number. Lady Chan got great footwork. The Reef, great show. Am I saying that right? Is that another one of your catchphrases? The Reef with all the E's?
Wait, I'm trying to look at it. You got a few super chats. Lady Chan got great footwork. The Reef. Maybe he's trying to do the rah, but just did it a different way.
All right. Look at her.
He got the punches. That's one of my peoples as well.
We got LV Slugger. Yeah, actually Rolling with the Punches, man. When you gonna send your footage? He's supposed to be on our Border Wars card, and I gotta match him up, man. He wants to fight. We got Louisville Slugger saying, saving Conor Benn from Jerome Boots Ennis. Boots versus Ben will be a big unification fight at welterweight in the future. Hashtag stay tuned. Hashtag Boots era.
Yeah, that name came into my head, but I just quickly batted it away. Conor's not ready for. I know they're both at similar stages in their career, but Boots is just Boots is Boots, and he'd boot Conor up. No, it's not. In the future, great fight. We may see them at 147, but you never know. You might see these guys realistically at 154. You know.
Yeah.
You know.
Especially some of these older welterweights like a Keith and a Shawn and you know, even Earl, you know, he's talking about moving up. But let's go to Brooklyn. Looks like we got King Born. Are you available? Get your things together while we go ahead and remind everybody.
Remember to rate us 5 stars on iTunes. And
if you haven't done so, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. We're at 127,657. I'm refreshing. Let me see, did we get the 7? Man, what the Can I get to 127,700? We had 167. 127,671. So we need about 30, 29. Take us over the top. Round that off to 7. Let's go. King Born.
Is that like the end of the year or into the new year?
Say
what
again?
do you reckon? How do you project?
Say what?
To get that extra, 20,000 people that you need to get. What's the new target number that you want to get?
I just do small goals so I can reach them. So every 100, I'm happy with every 100. So right now we're at 127,671. So I just want to get to 127,700. Small goals. Yeah. But eventually, obviously, we want 1 million one day. One day we're going out to King Born.
YouTube plaque. Yeah. You know when you get that 1 million YouTube plaque, what does that change in your life? What does it do?
I didn't get 1 million YouTube plaque. They never even gave me my 100,000. When I reached out to them to ask for my 100,000, they said that not everybody who reaches 100,000 is entitled. Meanwhile, I see everybody else get their shit. And I'm almost at 130 and they still ain't give it to me. They disrespectful on here.
Disrespectful.
For real.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy. I see everybody taking their pictures, you know, and I was like, damn, can I have my fucking plaque somewhere here? Like, I've been working. I just reached like 90-some million views too. Like, what they tripping.
Yeah, they're funny. You know them.
It's crazy. But King Born, man. King Born, talk to us in Brooklyn.
When you see old dirty bastard fall in a position like that, then you know that I'm getting ready to bust your.
Hey, yo, peace, Nash. Peace. Y'all hear me? Y'all hear me?
We hear you.
Yeah.
Listen, man, morning to everybody. Morning to the Guards and Earths. Morning 5% Nation. Listen, man. Yo, that Juggy, Joe Joyce, the Juggernaut. Yo, when he fought Carlos Takam on Saturday, Carlos Takam looked like Luke Cage. That was like a Marvel fight. You know what I mean? And I keep telling y'all about my man Juggy. Yo, he's the truth. He's the Terminator. Dog, that Carlos Takam was hitting with some shit, but he kept coming. He must have hit him 20 times in the head before they stopped the fight. Hey, Porter and Terence Crawford, that's like a football player versus a master boxer. Porter's style is wild. He unorthodox. You heard what your man Lorenzo Truck Simpson said. He's stomping his feet like a bull. He's coming in. You don't know what the fuck he gonna do. He trying to fuck your head up in there. But I'm gonna tell you something. Don't sleep on Porter beating Crawford. I think Porter's too wild, man. He runs in there. He gonna tackle Crawford. And one of them things and all that. Style is ugly. Style is ugly like Whoopi Goldberg with a bald head. You know what I mean? It's real ugly. But like I said, y'all, Peace Nest, let's get it on. Juggy. Hey, and don't diss my man Mike Polite Coffee. He coming. Yeah. He's knocking out Gerald Washington on July 31st, man. He's coming, y'all. Peace.
Let's hope, man, at the end of the day, that's a step-up fight. You know what I'm saying? Let's hope that he performs the way that we assume he's going to perform. But, yeah, man, Michael Polite Coffee back in the ring versus Gerald Washington at the Prudential Center July 31st. We're going out to Christian in Miami. Right?
Is that the same Gerald Washington that Wilder fought?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I wanted to talk about the Porter and Crawford fight. I want to say with Bob Arum, I kind of feel like the guy hasn't done his job in the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't done his job like in the last 2 years because he's using everybody else to promote for him. If you look at the Fury and the Fury and Wilder fight, I honestly think PBC did all of the promoting and Fox as well. Don't you think that he's piggybacking on the same thing as the Porter fight?
You saying do I think he's piggybacking?
Yeah, like I honestly think Arum is not being a promoter. It goes with any of his fighters. Same thing with Lopez. Same thing with Crawford. I feel as though like dude is not promoting. Like
I'm with you. I mean that Lopez fight had no fucking buzz.
Oh no, dead.
And then also what I wanted to talk about was what we talked about Benavidez and Charlo. I honestly think that fight will be similar to like Kelly Pavlik versus Taylor, the first one. I think it ends like that. I think Charlo drops Benavidez, like you said. You know, he's vulnerable, he's straight up. But I think Benavidez late in the fight stops Charlo.
Good analysis. We're going to have to see does it happen, man. That's a fight they need to give us. Christian, thanks for calling in. We're going out to Big Gucci Nick. Just listening on Skype, Big Gucci.
Big Gucci. Big G.
All right, he's just listening. We're going out to J-Mac in Dallas. Are you available? Yes, no, that's a no. Coach Myers in Connecticut, what up?
They ghosting. They be ghosting you, Ned.
Nah, they did. Everybody works.
Yeah.
They all working. Coach J-Mac's a driver, so he's probably not available.
It's that goddamn mute button. That's what it is. But good show. I hope it does happen with Crawford. I see the bud tenders already getting hyped up, saying, I told you, if he beats him, like, bro, just make the fight. You know, I just hope the fight happens. That's all we want, the fight to happen. Nobody's knocking Crawford. You know, we just want to see the best fight the best. That's all. But I hope it happens.
Are you confident that it happens?
I'm not confident at all that it happens. But, Ness, question. So who do you got? I know you're close friends with Joey Spencer, man. So what do you think about him and Truck fighting? But that's my call.
I mean, you heard what Truck said. It ain't really mad what I think. He said, I already beat him. Of course, he said, right? He threw the of course in there. We got Mr. PBC in Seattle. What is up?
Mr. PBC, baby.
BoxingVoice.com.
I'm the flyest. Canelo talking about he believe he can win. Go to my kitchen. Get the sharpest knife. Cut the bullshit out. I don't care what you do good. I do every fucking thing great.
Mr. PBC, baby. Yo, what's good?
What up,
shout out to TBV. Shout out to PBC. Terence Crawford and Bud. I hope it happens. I hope the money isn't a factor. It's just the fight, making a legacy, like Shawn said in his podcast. I don't even know who to choose. Shawn Porter's a dog. Terence is a different type of dog. It's like a pit bull versus, a smart, strategic dog. So, but yeah, that's what I got for that. I mean, PBC is always doing it, man. I'm glad TBV is showing that PBC is doing it. Devin Haney needs to come over here. It's getting kind of old. You don't want him to get too old and stop talking about that Floyd. This ain't the Floyd show. This can be the Devin Haney show. But that's my call.
All right. Lady Chan, do you think Devin Haney needs to go to PBC? You think he's got better fights at PBC at the moment?
Mm-hmm.
At the moment? You think it's better fights on PBC for him?
Oh, it's at 135. But it's not. It doesn't seem to be working out with him for Matchroom. So
the realism. She comes from realism. You see that?
Yeah. So try something different. I don't see anything wrong with going over to the PBC and trying something different.
And you think it hasn't worked out? Why exactly? Like, what's your reasons for believing it hasn't worked out? Because I mean, Bill Haney's like, well, we made $3 million for Linares. Like, it's working out for them.
I'm just over all of that. Like, salute to Bill. I've been on panels with Bill a few times. You never get a straight answer from Bill. I'm done. It's just like, it's whatever the weather. I'm just so done over there. Like, we don't care if you're getting $3 million. I left a message on his gram like, dude, all this throwing money is very uncouth. It doesn't look good. Stop doing all of that. We don't care. We assume that you're rich, but you're not doing the fights. So we don't care how much money that you got. We want to see the fights. Respect to you. You did the Linares. I loved that fight. But I don't think Eddie, I don't know what's going on with the relationship with them and Eddie. It just seems to be bumping heads on stuff. It took ages for us to even see the Linares fight when Haney had gone over to Matchroom and he was supposed to, this one's ducking this one and we can't get the fight with Tiafimo and it's all a mess down at 135. Just move over, go to PVC. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's popping there.
It is a bit of a mess. What do you think about the Joseph Diaz fight? Because he'll be walking away from that. Allegedly, Joseph is the mandatory. He's got the interim. You think he takes the Haney fight?
I think, I'm hearing, I'm new into this little bit. I'm hearing that Jojo doesn't really want to. Who's supposed to petition? All this petition. So is Haney supposed to petition to have Jojo as his Mando? Or
No.
Tell me. Bring me up to speed real quick.
No, Joseph is already the mandatory. Like, by winning the interim, he gets Haney next. It's a matter of them, agreeing and obviously their promoters agreeing and stuff like that.
Okay, well, I don't see why Haney won't take that fight unless there's look, we can sit here and speculate till thy kingdom come, man. We could be logical, but all these cats, they're not logical. This is what I'm saying. When things are supposed to be a Mando, somehow when Ryan Garcia was supposed to be the Mando title, an eliminator, he all of a sudden wasn't. He beat Luke Campbell, then he dropped out. He's not this. Look, I'm done with I'm from realism, Ness. I'm done until they're in the ring. I say nada.
Yo, we going out to James in Tennessee. What's going on? Are you available?
Too far out, man.
James Payne is my name, partner. How about you? Standing on my property and I'm gonna see about you. If I come out on my porch, I see you chilling in your wheel. Boy, I hope you know somebody better be waiting on the bitch. James Payne, baby, see me pissing on the post. If we're playing basketball, you might see me in the post.
You.
PPV had audio sound.
You straight.
Best part of waking up, y'all know the slogan from the 80s, TVV in the cup, man. Shout out to Dooman. Shout out to the panel. You got a guest host in the building. Sounds like a lady from the UK, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Salute. Yeah, I'm from there. Salute, King.
Hello, cheerio. I don't really know how to do UK. I'm just trying to humor you this morning.
He said
okay.
trio.
You could just be American. It's cool.
You say what? What you say?
You could just be American. It's cool. You don't have to try and do my accent. It's fine.
It's alright. Yo. Well, that was up, man. Bueno dia to my guy Ness. Let's see. Terence Crawford and Shawn Porter. Good fight. Definitely pay-per-view fight. I think that fight does over 300,000 pay-per-views, establishing Bud as a pay-per-view draw. Because he has the proper dance partner, so I think he'll get the proper numbers. I don't know, man. I'm gonna have to see how how Shawn is looking at training camp. But just initially, I actually think that Crawford could stop. Let's see what else. JoJo Devin, I think that's a good scrap. If we can't get Devin matched up with someone else that'd be more tasty, I think that'd be a good scrap in the meantime. I like the topics, like the convo. I actually just tuned in, but I went ahead and liked the video. And anybody that hasn't done so, be sure to like and subscribe to Boxing Voice on YouTube and stay tuned for more Boxing Voice content. Also, make sure you tune in August 14th in the ATL for the next commentary gig that they got. Hopefully, your boy will be working the camera at that event. And shout out to y'all, man. TBV for life, man. I'm going to hang up and listen.
Let's go. We got Maestro in the building. Maestro, I'd like to introduce you to Lady Chan from the UK, if you don't already know.
I know Lady Chan from the UK.
Okay.
We know each other already.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, Maestro?
I'm good, Lady Chan. How are you doing?
Yeah, we were just on panel yesterday, weren't we?
Yes, we were. Okay. Yes, we were.
Okay, what were y'all talking about? I feel left out.
I know.
We were essentially talking about, we had a long discussion about if discrimination against Wilder in the U.S. and discrimination against Tyson Fury in the UK is why they are not as big as AJ in terms of being boxing superstars. So that was the question that we were asked, and we were given our insights about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll say this. I just think it comes down to resume. AJ's fought the better opposition consistently. So because he's done that, his events have been bigger. And he's also from the UK, which helps tremendously. So his events were events in stadiums and sold out arenas. So the look and feel of it to a casual American, it's like, oh, wow, they're putting on a fucking show over there. And Wilder never had that. Wilder never had a filled out Birmingham stadium. Like, they didn't even... like, we begged. I've done dozens of shows begging for them to put him in Atlanta, and guess who's in Atlanta? Tank the Star Davis. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Why wouldn't they put him in Atlanta?
I wouldn't call it discrimination on Wilder's part for the reason that he's lacking of anything, right? I would call it they didn't promote him properly.
I agree that the lack of proper promotion is definitely a big part. I was pretty much going into like the typical trajectory in the UK where you start a guy like a Warrington in his hometown in Leeds, then you build him up in Leeds as a hometown star, then you turn him into a national star. I mean, the same model was used for Prince Naseem Hamed. He started off in Sheffield. Ricky Haddon started off in Manchester. Then they became national stars. And then once they became national stars, they became international stars by coming out here to the U.S. That's just not a model that has been really used in the U.S. very much.
It's because we have a double standard, right? Like Crawford, he was allowed to be built locally and regionally. Andre Ward was allowed. Fernando Guerrero were allowed. These dudes were doing 8,000, 12,000. And then their opposition's like, well, he's got hometown advantage. I ain't going over there. Whereas a UK dude is embraced like, oh, Ricky Hatton's bringing 30,000. Let's go over there because Ricky sold out. It's like, so does Crawford, so does Ward. So do these people that we do build up, and then people use that as a reason not to fight them.
Well, that's definitely true. That's definitely true. But I do think that the promotion of UK fighters is better generally.
I think it's the fans, Maestro.
Yeah, but I'm going to go into that secondly right now. Another thing that a lot of UK fighters do, which I was pointing out yesterday, is that they associate themselves with football teams. So Josh Warrington associates himself with the Leeds team. They play the Leeds football songs at the arena. The Leeds fans now have a fighter to support.
Counter.
Manchester City, Ricky Hatton.
I got a counter for you.
They've done that too. And even if you notice now, even with AJ, it's like he shows up. He does tours of the Tottenham Stadium. You know, they got him there taking the tours of the arena. They got him wearing the Tottenham Hotspurs jersey. So they do a little of those things too.
We do too. Again, it's just our fans. That's why I made it clear. It's the UK fans. I know you don't like these answers, but that's why I like you on the show, because we never agree, right? So Wilder was on a bunch of ESPN fucking shows talking football. They had him for whatever football, in his state, there's a big team. I don't know, but he's done commentating.
Alabama Roll Tide. But let me ask you this:
They've gave him.
When did they put him in that stadium?
Yeah, but what's the reason why?
That's my point.
When did they put him in that stadium?
As a fighter, no, but they've brought him in, and that's what I'm saying. They must have analytical data to be like, yo, when we brought Wilder in to like kiss the fans and take pictures, it didn't go that well.
But here's the thing too, Ness. I'm not willing to outright discount the Great White Hope factor here in the United States. That is a thing. It goes back to Larry Holmes. It goes back way before that. And look, I said this yesterday on the panel. My favorite baseball player growing up was Barry Bonds. Nobody could tell me that Barry Bonds would not be a bigger star if he was a white man with all those titles and home run championships and everything else. And if you don't think that Deontay Wilder would be a boxing star in the United States, if he was the same dude but of a different complexion from Alabama, then we're also kidding ourselves on that one too.
I just think
we absolutely are. We absolutely are.
Globally,
yeah.
Yes. Globally, the machine would be behind him and he would be a bigger star. But I strongly believe if Americans were allowed to fight in their home state or their region without the competition getting upset and saying they have look at I'll give you another example. Jose Ramirez. He was selling 15,000 in the Save Mart Center and wherever the hell he was. But none of his big fights took place there because no one wants to go where all the fans are cheering for you, where they feel the refs are gonna, score for you because you're doing stuff for the city and you're helping with the water crisis.
That's why you bring outside refs, bro.
Excuse for fighters not taking fights. If fighters ain't taking fights for that excuse, you shouldn't be a fighter. Get out of the sport. Leave us alone.
I hear you, but we all know that there's a lot of that. There's a lot of guys not wanting to go into enemy territory. Come on, we've heard these phrases.
Like we grew up watching guys go out and fight overseas. Costa Tszyu went into Manchester. Although I didn't feel he got a fair shake there, he did it. Tim Bradley took a title from Junior Witter in England. Junior Witter being from Bradford, which is not too far from where Josh Warrington is from, up in Yorkshire, right? Obviously, Terence Crawford, he went out to Scotland, right? So people have done it, and if there are guys that will do that overseas, how the hell can you tell me you won't even do that inside your own country?
But that's what I'm telling you. See, Crawford had to go to Scotland, and that's what I'm saying. For the Europeans, they're embraced with a fan base. Like, they entice you to come. It's like, no, you should go to the UK. Your own fans will tell you, like, no, you should go to the UK. Conor Benn's a star. He's a draw. Go to the UK.
You got a good question in the chat from...
One sec. Boxing is a worldwide sport. Like, at the end of the day, I come from the world of music as well. I go where the money is. If you want me there, I go. I've gone to Russia. I've gone to Brazil. It's anywhere that you... Music is worldwide. Boxing is worldwide. All these belts are called WBC. Doesn't the W mean worldwide, or does it mean otherwise? Change it to State BC, State Boxing Commission, because you're just in the States. Just change it to that then, if you don't want to go nowhere. Sorry, go to the question.
No, this is good. No, I got a question from Dr. Hook, I think was the name, asking me if I go live on my channel. I go live on my channel Monday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Mano a Mano live. Join me tonight. I do my show with my brother Kenny T, also from here in New York City. So sub to my channel, fam, and tune in for that one later on today. And yo, I agree with exactly what you just said. The world champion, which is why I cannot co-sign what Teofimo Lopez is talking about. Unwillingness to go to Australia. You kidding me? You say you're undisputed. Right? So take on your mandatory. There's a reason they want to put it in Australia, because unfortunately you're not a big enough star in the United States yet to generate the type of money that they want to pay you. And they can make that money, or at least some of it, in Australia. Go do what you're supposed to do as a world champion and defend that belt.
Exactly. I mean, I've been to Australia twice. It's taxing on the body. I won't lie. They're like a day ahead of everything, or maybe 2 days in some time zones. But at the end of the day, you did all this noise to get. Bob didn't want to pay you. You brought it to Triller. Triller's bidded 6 million. You get 4.5. Cambosos gets the rest of the change. And then you had COVID, so you pull out.
The rest of the
and
change.
then, all right, and then now you don't want to do it because Australia's in lockdown and it's a 14-day lockdown, and you don't want to be locked down for 14 days to be able to grab that 4.5 mil.
Right.
I get it. This is
I don't
why
get it.
I don't deal
Come
with
on, guys.
Let me
What do you mean you guys don't get it?
I'll tell you why I don't get it. Is Teofimo Lopez a bigger star than Naomi Osaka or than Novak Djokovic? Absolutely not. You know, they're global superstars in the sport of tennis. They had to do a 14-day quarantine. So what? So what? He's bigger than Naomi Osaka. He's bigger than Novak Djokovic.
Yes.
They make more off endorsements alone than he's made in his entire career. They make that in probably a half a year on endorsements. Come on, bro. They did a 14-day quarantine.
Maestro.
It doesn't matter what you think.
Listen here, man. Tennis and fucking boxing can't be compared. How dare you?
You know why tennis and boxing can't be compared? Because Novak Djokovic don't get to pick his opponents. Yeah. Novak Djokovic has to turn up to the Australian Open and take whoever in the bracket against him. He doesn't get to say, you know what? I don't really feel like taking on Roger Federer today. I don't really feel like...
Who the fuck is that guy?
Yo, he's throwing all these names. No one knows. We're boxing fans over here.
I know Maestro because I follow tennis, but I know the comparison, what he's trying to say is that basically, no, it's thumbs up, Ned. It's thumbs up. You know why it's thumbs up? Because what he's saying is they're professional sportsmen. Like, do your damn job.
No.
You're getting millions. What do you mean no?
It's different. It's
different. You're big in the pandemic now. You're that big. You supersede pandemic rules now. You just what then?
No, it's not that we supersede pandemic rules. It's just that it's different. A tennis player isn't in a physical combat sport. It's physical, but they not getting hit. Let me hit you with that racket. See if you ain't gonna like or dislike that 14 days.
What does that have to do with them not showing up in a foreign country, my brother?
It's the quarantine. No, I'm gonna explain. See, for tennis, right? 14 days isn't gonna ruin your timing. 14 days. Hold on. Let me explain. 14 days isn't gonna ruin your time, and 14 days isn't gonna ruin your weight. You know what 14 days quarantine is? You got to be like Canelo every day Every day you got to work out in that hotel room now or in that quarantined area. Like, that's not an ideal situation.
You wouldn't do that for $3 million, Jay?
Listen to me. Listen to me.
$5 million. It's become fucking ideal today.
Okay, I'm gonna answer the money. I'm gonna answer the money thing. But in terms of competition, it's not ideal for me to go defend my 3 belts and 2 weeks before the fight.
Where else anyway?
2 weeks before the fight, I'm gonna be locked in the room. That's not the.
You're not locked in the room, bro.
Hotel, locked in a quarantine hotel is the same thing. Same thing.
You know why he tested positive? Because he didn't fucking quarantine.
And listen to me. Listen to me.
Last time.
You and I don't know what the protocol would be. You telling me a dude's gonna fly from a foreign country and they're gonna say, yeah, quarantine in the whole building? Nah, he got to be quarantined in his room.
Got a section.
In his room. In his room with his team.
It's not the room. Because even when we got hit with the pandemic, when it was the first time round, we was allowed out for 1 hour a day. Allowed out. With these pro fighters, they'll get a section. And
they get a bubble.
They'll allow them to quarantine in a mansion, in an Airbnb somewhere, or under supervision. Like this,
and that's fine. And that's fine, Maestro. But again, are those normal training conditions for a unified champion? No, they're not. And because I'm unified, because this fight won't happen without me, I ain't going to get quarantined. But now that's just the man stance and the man excuse that I'm making for him. The real reason, which obviously you guys haven't figured it out, is there is no more Triller. We're not doing that. I fixed my stuff with Bob. I can't go fight on that network. What's gonna happen, right?
Vacate the IBF.
You already see. No, they're not even gonna have to vacate the IBF because when Triller then says that they're gonna do it in America, right? Or that they're not, then that means the next bid in line goes to Eddie, and then Eddie, to make nice with Bob, is gonna pass, and now the fight's back on ESPN because Bob already said, I talked to the networks, they willing to do it. Like, he's banking on Eddie passing. If Eddie doesn't pass, we might get a cold war between Bob and Eddie. But the real reason Tio don't want to go, it isn't because of COVID, it isn't because of quarantine. It's because Bob is supplementing that biggest payday y'all keep talking. He's supplementing it in another way. The same way that Al told Peter Quillen, don't fight Korobov, take this check, go bury your family and watch the birth of your child. Like, it's supplemental income. You just like Luis Ortiz, they offering you 7. Cool. You want to walk over there and get that 7? Go. But I can supplement it.
That's fine. Just come up with a better excuse than that you don't want to do a quarantine. I'm just saying.
I think that's a legitimate excuse.
That's not a good look.
I think that's a legitimate excuse because people have looked horrible in the pandemic. So if you're in a quarantine and then you don't look good, now we're blaming you and your performance. No, I just eliminate. I'm a star. I'm not fighting under those conditions. Simple. And he's a star, regardless of what we want to say. 3 people bid on this fight. You can't find 5 fighters to be in a similar situation as Tio and have 3 people bid on this fight, let alone 1 that bids double. So he's a commodity, to say the least. If star is too much of a word, he's a commodity.
Fighters in the sport of boxing that people wouldn't do a purse bid on? Are you crazy?
I didn't say that. Don't change it and don't move the goalpost. I said you can't fight 5 that have already done it. You want to put hypothetical situations? Cool, we could do that all day to the next.
That's because you can't find 5 stars whose promoter don't pay them enough money that it has to go to purse bid.
Right.
The first
you
fucking
might be
place.
Right, but the truth.
The reason why Gervonta Davis doesn't go to purse bid because his promoter comes up with the money for him.
But you
There's
might
a
be
reason
right.
why Eric Spence Jr. There's a reason why these other fighters don't go to purse bid. It's because their promoters value their work, value what they bring to the table,
and put the money in.
And put the money on the table right from the beginning.
Listen, and you're right, but this is what you're not getting. That was old Tio. You know why? Because since the Thriller, Bob had to reassess and say, shit, you are a star. Shit, I didn't think you was going to beat Loma. Now I got to deal with you. Let's fix this tarnished relationship, and they did. I mean, if you can't see that, I mean, I don't know what else to say.
I can see that. I can see that.
Well, I think that and I got people saying I hate Teofimo. I don't hate anybody, man.
Yeah.
I don't hate anybody unless they hate me. So that's number one. But number two, me saying that I don't think that Teofimo is on the level of a Tank Davis in terms of his star ability, that's just me telling you what I feel. Like, there's no way a Tank Davis fight against anybody would have gone to purse bid, because Tank Davis's promoters respect Tank Davis. Eddie Hearn would not have allowed a Devin Haney fight to go to purse bid. He's been paying Devin Haney way more money than Bob Arum's been paying Teofimo Lopez. Bob Arum is about squeezing the pennies together, paying fighters as little as he can, right? Stopping fights from happening because he doesn't pay the opponents what they should be paid. Look at what he offered Shawn Porter. He offered Shawn Porter less money to take on Terence Crawford the first time around than Shawn Porter got paid by the PBC to fight Sebastian Formella. So that's the track record right there.
Yeah, Bob Stingy, we know that. We know that Bob Stingy. Just looking in the chat and seeing what people are saying. Mayweather got the P. Tank ain't much bigger than Tio. Stop it. Okay, well, if Tank
ain't much bigger than Tio.
He's saying Tank isn't much bigger than Tio, so stop it. We're not saying that Tank's way bigger than Tio. Tio is undisputed in recess, in my opinion. Like, we're not saying Tank's way bigger than him, but Tank has a different star power that allows that he commands a crowd. He is PPV. Teofimo Lopez at the moment isn't PPV, so that's why they pulled it over to Australia, because Kambosos is from Australia, and it would have been a bigger draw there, and they would have made Triller. Remember, it's an investment, so Triller would have made their money back. That's all they want to. That's all they want to know is how they make their money back.
The problem, Lady Chen, there's a little bit of this in the UK with fans of Queensberry and fans of Matchroom, but it's literally like 10% of over here in the United States, where you have people that get emotional just because I say anything about Top Rank. I got a guy that comes at me on my channel repeatedly because I say that Top Rank doesn't do well by its fighters, which I don't think they do, by the way. Now, if you want to say that Tank Davis is as big as Teofimo Lopez, okay, well, I mean, look at the numbers he did at the arena, State Farm in Atlanta, against Mario Barrios, a fighter that most people don't care about. Look at what he did at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio, Texas, against Leo Santa Cruz. Look at what he did in Atlanta against Yuriorkis Gamboa. The guy fights, I would say, in fights that he's really almost guaranteed to win and dominate the opponent, and is fighting in front of big numbers of people. Teofimo Lopez isn't fighting in front of big numbers like that. And this ain't about the skills of the guys. I'm talking about...
We're not talking about the skills.
Yeah.
We're just talking about their marketability and their drawing power. Cannabis Foreman, he says, Maestro Boxing, Lady Shan says, Porter got a 2.5 mil offer and ducked Crawford once and will do it again. That's, we were just touching on that, because I
need your source. I need your source. I know my man Porter ain't get offered no 2.5. Where your source at, Lady Chen? Send me a link. Send me a link, man.
When I get off the show, I'm gonna resource it and I'll send you the link.
Yeah,
I can't do it while I'm on the show.
She gonna be back on here like, I'm sorry, y'all. I
thought. Yeah, formal apology. Like, no, yeah. No, I'll source it. I'll source it.
For sure. Anybody asking where's the fight's going to be in the ATL? It's going to be live at the Cosmopolitan in Atlanta. And you can watch it right here on our YouTube channel, absolutely free, on August 14th. The link is already available. If you need it, let me know. I'm going to get to some callers here. Who'd I last leave off? JT, are you available in New Orleans? JT. No JT. Keem in Florida. What about you?
Where they at?
You got him
Bring him
scared.
back.
There
Bring
you
him
go.
back.
Wait a minute. You say you know boxing?
Yeah.
What is a
Maybe I don't know.
Tell me what a pool counter is.
Pool counter. I've never heard that term before. That must be your term. You must have been.
Fair shake. HBO need to fire you. You don't know shit about boxing. You ain't shit.
Ness, they're killing us in the comments. Steve in the UK said, Lady Shan apology, like Ness apology, equals non-existent.
Yo, Steve, I can't believe Steve wants an apology for those we will not mention when he knows why things disappear. Let's go, Keem.
Yo, can you hear me?
We hear you. You sound clear.
All right.
You off for work today, man?
Nah, I'm actually just getting off for lunch, man. You caught me as I'm walking back in, but yeah, not good show this morning, man. Shout out to your new co-host there, Lady Chan or Lady Champ?
Yeah, Lady Chan.
Chan.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool.
She's
Pretty good.
She's from the dancehall scene.
Oh yeah, okay, bet. Nah, she reminds me of UK Rob a little bit. You know, they always had those funny little one-liners.
Yes.
Taking shots at people and shit. She's like a female Rob. Pretty funny. I like the addition. But I ain't got too much, man. I mean, look, I want to see this fight. I think it'll be a good fight. Porter Crawford's a good fight. A fight they both need. Porter's fought everybody at welterweight. It's pretty crazy, ain't it? If he fights Crawford, the only person he hasn't fought at welterweight is Pacquiao. I mean, he literally fought everybody else from Berto to, you name it. So I think it's more of a Crawford needs that fight.
Got some young guns. They'd be loving to jump on his resume.
Right.
Yeah, but nah, it's a really good fight, man. I hope it goes down. And I don't see what would hold it up, but yeah, that's all I got, man. Appreciate it.
Sorry, who do you say is winning? Who would you call to win?
Crawford.
Got you. Nice one. Salute.
One thing I want to say about this fight is that I'm actually upset about it to one extent, which is that it's on pay-per-view. And I'm not saying this because I don't think these guys are stars and I don't want their fans to get hurt by me saying this. But this is not a pay-per-view fight.
What?
You know, I grew up with the HBO Championship Boxing era, Showtime Championship Boxing era. This should be on that kind of a level. You're talking about a champion taking on a challenger. This isn't any kind of unification fight. And at the end of the day, I'm a cheapskate. I don't like paying $80 multiple times a year to watch pay-per-view. So I wish there was a way that this could be on premium cable, if not basic cable. But you know, these are the times that we live in. So I gotta keep my LLC going and keep writing off the business expenses.
Listen, the only way we're going to get that is if Al and Dazn come together and Dazn give Al dates the way they gave Golden Boy. And then we're getting boxing on Dazn with PBC. They need to do that because PBC is the other biggest entity out there. But other than that, there's no way to supplement the income, my friend. You understand these fighters are being paid millions of dollars. The network can't front it, and there's no sponsorship to make it up.
There's also a dilemma here because if they don't start putting bigger fights on Fox, they're gonna lose the Fox deal if they have not lost it already.
I don't think they have a Fox deal. I think it's like you can see they buy what they're interested in.
Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing, and I was talking about this yesterday with Coach Malachi too, which is the panel we were on. People should check out that brother's channel. It's very good. Essentially, look at the difference between the NFL commercials that you see during their telecast and the boxing commercials. NFL commercials, you got major beer companies, Coca-Cola, car companies, Toyota, Mercedes-Benz, what have you. You watch boxing on Fox and on FS1, you're getting the hose that you have the attachments for, so you could wash the wheels and also spray down the aluminum siding. You got the MyPillow guy. You got the cooker, that you could cook multiple kinds of like vegetables and meats in. I mean, if they want to get to the A-leagues, to the premier division of advertising, these are the type of fights that they need to put on so that they can generate enough money so that regular people like me that don't want to spend $80, $85 on pay-per-views can watch this shit on regular television.
Yeah, you guys get charged crazy money for pay-per-views, crazy money. I don't know how you do it. Like when you get some good fights, you guys are being charged $100. Like we just paid £20 and £25, which is about $40 or $35 for all our PPVs.
Yeah, listen, it's not an ideal situation, but I'm like you. You say you deal with realism. I like to say I like to live in the reality that I'm living in. This is my reality. The good fights cost me money. I'm not gonna bitch and moan, and I'm not saying that's what you're doing or anyone is doing. I'm just not gonna do that because this is the only sport I love. So to me, it's not tasking or like an expense. I don't go to football games, so I'm saving all that money. Everybody else who's like a multiple sports fan, I'm saving that. I don't have the MLB package on my TV or the NFL package on my dish. Like, I'm only a fan of this sport.
At the end of the day, I could afford it. I'm a civil servant. I make enough money to buy pay-per-views, but I also live amongst regular people. Not that I'm not a regular people, because I am a regular person. So let me just switch that real quick. But what I mean is like more of the median income is what I should say, because I earn above the median income. You do too, less.
Top echelon.
Not me. I'm on the bottom.
I'm regular, but I'm regular enough where I can afford to buy a pay-per-view. There's plenty of people out there that cannot afford $80 to watch boxing, let alone do it repeatedly. If we want the sport to grow, like we have to keep those people in mind as well, because that's a lot of the country.
I'm not about to worry about them dudes that allegedly can't afford a pay-per-view, but it's 50 of them in one house talking about it's a fight party. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. Listen.
Put $10 in each.
Yeah, right. Like, listen, it can be done. People just like stealing, man. That they need to crack down on that for real. Like, I remember, when not rewinding your VCR tape was a fucking issue. Like, they just letting people steal. It's crazy. They need to jump on that and get all that money back, man. They need to claim that money. But nonetheless, I just don't see any way to make Crawford Porter on television with the outstanding mandatory minimum of Terence Crawford, right? Like, people like to take shots at Porter that he hasn't made a certain amount on paper. Well, what's on paper is what's ruining this fight from happening on free TV or subscription TV or what Dazn is the only one that can.
I'm just saying there's a reason that T-Mobile also has Metro PCS, to
cater to a different demographic and market.
To provide a budget service for people who can't afford their regular cell phone plans.
And I think that's the problem. You're not comprehending what is Metro PCS and what is T-Mobile, or should I say Verizon and AT&T. Pay-per-view is Verizon and AT&T. See, because not everyone has Verizon. If you check the numbers, it's the most expensive cell phone plan and the best service. You don't have to buy it. You can go get AT&T, T-Mobile, Sprint, like you said, Metro, Cricket, all that great shit. So boxing has given you that. They give you ShowBox, which was free the other day. They give you whatever they give you that isn't on pay-per-view. Verizon is pay-per-view. You want it? Come pay for it. That's Crawford and Porter. That's pay-per-view. That's Verizon.
I agree. That is Fury Wilder.
No.
Crawford Porter. Fury Wilder. That's Spence Crawford.
Nah.
Okay? That's Canelo Plant, right?
Nah.
But Porter Crawford, that's 8. I'm not saying it's Cricket or Metro PCS. I'm telling you that right now.
Well, I don't know, because we don't have none of them ones what you're talking about. We just have T-Mobile.
When I was out there, you got T-Mobile, you got 3, you got Orange, you got what's some of the other ones?
EE.
This is like the what's the ones you get at the shops with like the
EE.
The ones that tell you the little Lycera or whatever, like
like a mobile.
Yeah, think about that as cricket or as Metro PCS. That's what we're talking about.
For you.
Yeah, for the UK people.
Yeah, but Crawford Porter is Fury Wilder. Like, remember?
Really?
But think about it. Fury Wilder 1 was pay-per-view, and it wasn't. Fury didn't have a belt. Neither does Porter, and it was only one belt. So does fucking Crawford.
No, if you remember how that was presented to us, we were talking about the guy that beat Vladimir Klitschko.
Okay.
Was the quote-unquote linear, which I don't agree with, by the way, but lineal, sorry. That's how it was promoted. See, my whole thing is the lineal thing was broken when my brother Lennox Lewis retired. They ain't been a lineal since him.
Listen, that's fine. That's fine. So I think Maestro is saying that for Fury Wilder to be his pay-per-view worthy, he needed to be duped and sold. He needed a storyline. So them telling you that he was lineal was enough.
You said that didn't dupe me. But you also got to understand this. Whether you want to admit it or not, Deontay Wilder was the WBC heavyweight champion of the world. And that means something.
Okay. And Terence Crawford is a 3-division champion.
I'm sorry, bro. The WBO welterweight title is not the WBC heavyweight title. It is not. Stop it.
No, but listen, it's a big fight. It's not my show. You saying this isn't a big fight then?
That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing.
I said it's a big fight. I said I don't want to watch it. I don't want to pay $80-something for it.
But you're justifying one pay-per-view.
Watch Porter and Crawford. Are you serious?
Exactly.
Let me ask you this, Lady Chan, right? If you had to pay $80 6 times a year out in the UK, you wouldn't feel a little bit funny about it for all these fights?
I'm like with my boy Ned. Like, this is what I do. I like boxing, innit? I don't like pay for any other sport. So for me to have to do that, I'm fine with it.
Exactly. Yo, $80 times 10 is only $800 for the year. Like, that ain't shit. That ain't shit. That's
for the year. Yeah, come on.
I get it. I'm in the 99%. Ness is in the 1%. It's been made very clear to me.
You could spend $800 on a flight to go from New York to Cali, or you could spend $800 on 10 pay-per-views and watch boxing all year. I mean, it's really pick your poison.
My whole thing is, you got me for the 80 10 times a year. Just make sure it's the biggest fights. That's all I'm saying.
You tripping right now. We've been asking for this fight since 2017. That is the definition of a big fight.
For Spence Crawford.
No.
We haven't got that.
People for Spence Crawford.
No, I agree that people. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, that's a massive fight, Maestro. That's a massive fight. But we're dealing with, like what Nez is saying, we're in the present right now. It's still realistic. We haven't got that fight, but you can't say that Thurman and you can't say that Porter and Crawford isn't a big fight.
Huge.
Like, I'm saying it's not a big fight. I'm just saying there's levels of big fight. And this ain't Crawford Spence. I'm sorry, it's not.
Don't buy it then. Just don't buy it. We watch it. We buy it.
You know I buy it because I'm a degenerate and I buy everything when it comes to boxing.
That's what I just want my time to compare the two and build a case, right? Because like if you gonna believe that a dude that was 3 years out the game, overweight, took two tune-ups to fight Wilder on pay-per-view is worthy, then how the hell is a 3rd division, one-time undisputed
WBC heavyweight champion of the world? Okay. And if you're not,
but that's the thing. You don't allow me to build my case. Let me build my case. Let me build my case to the audience. I get that you don't see how I'm gonna win this argument, but I'm not trying to win you over. I always go for the jury, the people, right? So again, to diminish.
You already won me over. I'm buying the fucking fight. I'm buying it. You don't gotta win me over. I'm buying the fight.
Yeah, but I also don't want you spewing negativity about a great fight on any platform. I don't want any boxing fan to hear that negative misinformation. Because if
let's hear it. Let's hear it.
I'm just saying, if Tyson Fury, if we're gonna give Tyson Fury credit for being Francisco Piñeta and I don't know the other dude, and then going straight into a fucking pay-per-view, then how can't we give credit? Let's just forget Crawford and all his accolades. There's people like yourself. I'm pretty sure you've already said on this show that Porter probably beat Earl Spence. In some people's eyes, they think
that. No. I actually said that I thought Ugas beat Porter. I thought Spence beat Porter.
Okay, but there are people that call in. I mean, I promise you, just yesterday, someone said even with the knockdown, they still thought Porter did enough. So we're talking about arguably a dude that should have won. That is your storyline. You want storyline? We're talking about the dude that's fought everyone in the division. Oh, and by the way, even getting knocked down, people still thought that was a close fight. People still thought Earl got out of there with the skin of his teeth. So I think it's a huge fight because, again, Tyson Fury has 2 big wins, and one of them are Wilder, but he went into a pay-per-view. So Porter has 2 big wins, and one of them is not Crawford. So he's still more worthy. I mean, to me, it's a pay-per-view. Anytime you can get a dude that you've been asking to fight another, I mean, I feel like it's been 3 years, but, checking my own videos, we've been talking about Porter Crawford being ordered by the WO since May 2017. Like, it's time. And it's so much time that I'm willing to pay because 4 years went by and we ain't get it for free. So why not pay?
So number one.
Although my show's saying that I don't believe that Porter will take the fight. But I'm not saying that if the fight, it's not a big fight. The fight's massive. I want the fight to happen. To me, it's a big fight. That's it. Okay. I'm not trying to get you on side. You either buy it or you don't.
No, I'm going to buy it. I'm just saying I don't think that it's worth it's an $80 fight. But here's my thing. Number one, that fight was never promoted as this guy just beat Pianetta and Sefit Safari, and now he's taking on Wilder. No, it was promoted as this is the guy that beat Klitschko, right? He's on this comeback, and he's taking on the WBC heavyweight champion of the world. So if the WBC heavyweight championship of the world has some value, whether or not you want to acknowledge it or not, and that was the selling point. Deontay Wilder was also the selling point, being that he's from the United States and is the United States only heavyweight champion. So, and also, you got to remember, we're paying to see the guy that at that time, everybody's getting excited about AJ versus Wilder. So was that in it as well? We want to see AJ Wilder. We want to see this guy knock out the last great British heavyweight other than AJ, the guy that beat Klitschko, and now we want to see Wilder take on AJ. That was all part of the promotion. But here's my question for you, Daz.
But we still want to see Porter and Crawford.
Here's my thing. Was Terence Crawford against Jeff Horn a pay-per-view fight?
Rob, it's a big... Who? Say that?
Terence Crawford against Jeff Horn. Was that a pay-per-view fight?
It was a big fight.
Or was it a pay-per-view fight? Was that an $85 fight?
It was because he beat Pacquiao.
No, timeout. It wasn't. We didn't have to watch that on pay-per-view and pay big money for it.
I understand.
Hold up, it wasn't. So in that fight for the same title, by the way, we had Terence Crawford, who was the undisputed guy at 140, taking on the guy that beat Pacquiao for the welterweight title of the WBO.
Can I go now?
Hold up, I'm not done yet, bro. That wasn't on pay-per-view. Why the fuck is this on pay-per-view? If that wasn't on pay-per-view.
Oh, let's get him.
Can I answer?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I don't know why Maestro is doing this to himself. You're going to look bad. Like, you're really going to ask why Jeff Horn, an unknown Australian who had a super duper.
He's unknown. He beat Pacquiao.
He needs to cut me off, ladies and gentlemen. You need more time? I don't want to. I mean, you need more. Okay, so he was an unknown Australian and coming off a super duper controversial win where Stephen A. Smith, Max Callum, these people are on casual station saying this dude didn't win. So that's why you're not American and you want Americans to pay for you to fight Terence Crawford, who's already failed twice on pay-per-view. That'll never, well, actually at that time it would have only been once with Victor Postal because he then later fought Amir Khan after Horn. So, and just because I remember that, I want you to remember now. Now you're asking Bob to say, damn, Crawford did 50,000 with Postal. Fuck it, let's put him in with Jeff Horn. Come on, dog. It's a bad business move.
So look, first of all, number one, you know it, I know it. Lady Chen's already admitted it. She would have paid $80 to $85 for that pay-per-view. That's number one. We've already admitted that. So what I'm saying here is we have an undisputed guy, right, at 140, moving up to fight the last man that just beat Pacquiao. That was a big win. Mm-hmm. What big win is Shawn Porter coming off of?
But that's the thing. You want to overlook
big win is Shawn Porter coming off of?
That's the thing. You want to overlook that it wasn't a win. You want to overlook that it wasn't a win. It wasn't a win to the eyes of the promoter.
Controversy sells, my brother. Listen, controversy sells. Okay. You know it and I know it.
Okay, but again, you're not looking at the promoter who already put Crawford in with Victor Postal, who was what? Ukrainian? Now you're saying, hey, that didn't work, Bob, but let's fucking roll the dice and put him in with an Australian. No. Bob is rolling the dice with an American.
Yeah, because then it's a double whammy. It works by default.
Yo, he is tripping. No, man. Those dudes are not pay-per-view worthy. Jeff Horn is not pay-per-view worthy because we would pay for it. That doesn't make it. Listen, only 50,000 of us bought Victor Postal. I was one of the 50. Did you buy Victor Postal? I bought Victor Postal versus Crawford.
I buy all the pay-per-views.
I mean, I don't know, Maestro. Were you doing YouTube boxing when he fought Postal? Maybe you couldn't write it off. So maybe you said, I ain't buying that. I ain't buying that. Maybe you said to yourself, I ain't buying that shit.
No, I'm going to keep it real with you. The reason I don't stream and can't stream is because I cannot deal with buffering. Like,
me neither.
I cannot do it. It's not worth it for me.
We must be in the same age bracket.
Saving $80, and I determined this years ago, is not worth missing half a round or 10 seconds of a round or a round and a half.
And getting that fucking wheel. I hate that wheel.
God, it's just not. It's the only time I ever do it. I'm going to keep it real right now. Is when it's for a fight that is not even available on TV or on streaming or whatever here in the United States. So, for instance, the last time I probably did it I could think of was for the Kazuto Ioka fight against Tanaka on New Year's Eve in Japan. Which was New Year's Day here in the United States. That big fight at 115 pounds where Ioka had that great win. Shout out to Ismail Salas, his trainer.
He said big fight. You're all over the place, man.
It was not available on TV over here.
I hear you, but you're all over the place. Tyson Fury and Wilder, big fight. Crawford Porter, not a big fight.
I never said it's not a big fight. I never said it's not a big fight.
Ioka, whoever the fuck, I'm not gonna spend New Year's Eve with my girl. I'm gonna spend New Year's Eve watching some.
It's my Ioka.
First of all, it was New Year's Eve. Now you're all over the place. It was New Year's Eve in Japan, brother.
So what was it over here?
It was New Year's Eve in New York City. Okay. I just said that. So that's number one. Number two. I watched Lennox Lewis's last fight against Vitaly Klitschko live from the Staples Center. Great fight. That was not on pay-per-view. I watched it. That was World Championship boxing. I saw Shane Mosley against Vernon Forrest. Great fight. Bigger fight than Crawford versus Shawn Porter. I'm sorry, but Sugar Shane Mosley against Vernon Forrest was a bigger fight than Crawford versus Shawn Porter.
Maybe that time it was
a pay-per-view fight. I'm just telling you the era of boxing I come from.
Yeah, but we're not in that era. We've moved.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But those were my formative years. That's how I was designed to think about boxing. I wasn't brought up to this to think that you want to pay $85 for this. I will. I'm not happy about it.
We're dealing with here and now. We've moved along from 1845.
No, that was 2000. That was the 2000s.
Yeah, okay, but we're here now. and it's a big fight, and everybody's at the liberty. They either buy it or they don't. That's it. I'm not here to sell the fight because I'm not a promoter. I don't get a cut. I just know what I'm doing.
Right.
And everybody else just knows what you guys are doing.
And this is why boxing, which is our favorite sport, is not growing. This
you
is
don't
why
wanna buy
boxing
it.
is even more in the relegation because
people like you say it's not a big fight.
It's right. It's not growing because of guys like you trying to justify
Now,
one
I'm saying that it
pay-per-view over
should be-
the other.
I'm saying that it should be on premium cable. I just said.
So
Vitaly
justify
Klitschko
it.
against Lennox
Justify
Lewis
it,
was a big
please.
fight.
Please.
It wasn't on pay-per-view.
Please justify it. Justify this fight being on pay-per-view. Let my audience know what you talking about. You saying this should be on premium? Justify that. How is it going to be on premium television? Explain it to us.
Well, let me ask you this: how was Charlo Castaño on premium television? Explain that to your viewership.
Bro.
That was on premium television.
Bro, a sinking
Was that not a big
ship.
fight? Was that not a big fight? Okay. What about Josh Taylor against Ramirez? That's for 4 fucking belts. Why was that on basic cable?
I think we had to pay. I had to pay. It's just a lower premium, but we have to pay for that over here.
So
Go ahead, Ness.
My simple rebuttal. I can't believe this dude is not like, yo, you got to sharpen up, man. Bro, you're talking about in-house fights. Of course, Charlo Castaño is going to be done because it's in-house. Of course, the other fight, Ramirez and Taylor, is done in-house. This is 2 separate, Coca-Cola and Pepsi working together with 2 of their biggest fucking endorsers, and you want it to be free. You're bugging. It's not working in here, Maestro. You're tripping. You can't. If I got Jordans, right, and you're my LeBron James, right? Like, why the fuck am I gonna share you with Reebok? It's gotta be a huge deal to share you with Reebok, man. You gotta bring a lot to the table for me to say, all right, LeBron is gonna fucking wear Nike Reebok shoes. What the fuck is that? You tripping. You're not thinking. Those are in-house fights. It's always going to be easy for Al to be like, look, you work for me, you work for me, we work together, let's be happy. Keith and Danny and Shawn. That's in-house. Pacquiao, Earl.
Hooker Ramirez. How many times Eddie Hearn, hold up. You talk, now I'm going to talk.
Oh, good. I'm just raising my hand so you know I'm ready.
Eddie Hearn said he would have put Canelo against Plant on Dazn. That's not pay-per-view. So I could get that fight as part of my yearly subscription to Dazn, right? Canelo versus Plant. But I'm supposed to be cool with paying $85 to watch Porter versus Crawford. Come on, man.
Okay, so my rebut is, if you want it on Dazn, hit up Eddie, because he got last match right offer. He works with Canelo. Everybody's on his dick because he fucking with Canelo. Beat that offer. Beat that highest payday. Come show Daddy Al War Bucks. You know, they call me the PBC fanboy. Here we go. Go show Daddy Al Heyman War Bucks. The pockets, it's ready for war. It's ready. You want to take him to the zone? Beat my offer. Because last I heard, he's getting his highest payday on PBC. It used to be the zone.
Okay. You read about that, and you know what else, Ness? This is why Jake Paul gets to talk boxing with Stephen A. Smith and Max Kellerman and Shannon Sharp and Skip Bayless. So Jake Paul's up there. They're talking about him when it comes to boxing. Meanwhile, Jermell Charlo, he's got the biggest fight of the year, and boom, nobody's talking about it.
Nobody cares.
This is the world we live in.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares about 4 belts on the line for an undisputed fight. Nobody cares.
Metrics, man. Metrics. Did you not see the fucking viewership? 300,000. Maybe Jermell Charlo.
They barely promoted the fight. They barely promoted the fight.
Bruh, because they're not promotable. Do they do interviews?
You're telling me Jermell Charlo's not promotable? Is that what you're saying?
Do they do interviews? Are they soft-spoken? Or do they go off on the media because you don't got them pound for pound and you want to throw punches at the media? No, bro, get the fuck out of here trying to coddle them motherfuckers. If you want to be a star, everybody that was a star, let's start with Ray Leonard, the biggest star in boxing. Let's start with him. What did they say? Every article, every fucking interview, his smile. Fucking Ray was out here selling Coca-Cola.
Right, and Mike Tyson was known for his smile, right? Because he gave great interviews.
And where's his
because,
endorsements at?
That's why Mike Tyson
Where was
was
his
such a
endorsements?
great star.
Where was his endorsements? Go ahead, tell us, Maestro. When Mike was biting ears, who the fuck was sponsoring him? Go ahead, tell me.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
No, we can hear you now, Lady J. Look, at the end of the day, I'll just put a nice little bow tie on this and we can move on. I'm going to be buying the pay-per-view. Okay? I have no choice but to buy the pay-per-view. But am I happy that I have to watch this on pay-per-view and pay $85? I'm not. But I'm going to deal with it. I'm going to be a big boy, put my big boy pants on, right? Go take out the Amex, plug that shit in on whatever the Fox Sport website or ESPN and pay the shit. But that don't mean that I got to be happy about it because I'm not.
All right. Fair enough.
True. I mean, listen, this is the place to
And
let...
that's all it is. That's all it is.
This is the place to let your frustrations be known and why, especially when it's boxing related. I just think that is misplaced. Your frustration is misplaced. This is the wrong fight to take it out on. This is actually a great fight.
It's a good fight.
But let me get to some callers first. I got to get to line 6, cutting the line with the boomerang. What up, champ?
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing?
All good.
Hey, so I just wanted to say, me personally, if it's good fights, I don't care about paying for pay-per-view. I love boxing, so whoever's fighting, as long as it's a competitive fight, I'm down for it. As far as Crawford versus Porter, I don't think Porter stands a chance against Crawford. You guys spend too much time giving Porter love for getting his tail whipped and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, I thought he beat Spence, but other than that, Porter ain't beat anybody. And last but not least, you know what's coming next? My man Boots. Porter don't want no boot smoke whatsoever. Like Mike Tyson said, I bear witness there's only one Boots. All right, that's my call, Ness.
I don't want to debate with anyone. I just want the listeners to hear what he said, what he actually said, right? He tried to diminish Porter, but then he says he's a 2-time welterweight champion, and he beat Devin, Danny, and I think, as a caller calling into this show, think he beat Spence. But guess what? It don't matter. He ain't going to beat Crawford. So, I don't know. It sounds like he's a little bit confused.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Contradictory.
Sounds like he's a little confused because if you think he beat Spence, think about that. Now, I want you to tell me another fighter that isn't a star or that isn't declarated that has beat 3 legit names.
Yeah.
It's hard. AJ got that. Fury, he got 2.
He got 3.
Who's his third? Chisora?
Chisora.
I'll give you that because he beat Chisora when he was undefeated. He was the first.
It's Chisora. Chisora's a solid heavyweight.
No, but he beat him undefeated. He was the first.
Chisora's never been a world title holder.
Never been a world class fighter. He can't get over the hump, but Tyson beat him. But Tyson beat him when he was undefeated. I watched that fight. He beat him when he was undefeated.
He's not elite, but he's world class because he contended for titles and he was in competitive fights.
But he's given title shots.
I actually thought he beat Dillian White the first time, and before that referee got involved, and started taking points away in the rematch for no fucking good reason, he was winning that fight. In fact, at the time of the stoppage, he was winning the fight, but the referee got involved, started taking points away. He abandoned his game plan and got knocked out. So I kind of felt bad for Derek in that one.
Listen, you can't add that as some monumentous win on Tyson Fury's resume, Derek Chisora. I won't allow it. I shan't allow it. I can't allow it. It's not that. Mm-hmm. Let's just go back again into realism because everybody slipped out into deluded. Let's get back. Derek Chisora is not a great person to say on your resume. He's a kind of PPV journeyman. Do I like Derek Chisora? Yeah, but he's a PPV journeyman.
Definitely a journeyman.
I would give him gatekeeper status.
Yeah,
he's not a gatekeeper. He's never been on the other side of the gate. He's never.
No, I just said that. That's exactly what I said. He's a gatekeeper.
Oh, big up Charlton more.
What the fuck? Big up Lady Shawn, man. Yo, let's fucking go. He ain't never been on the other side of the gate. Hey, Maestro. He never been on the other side of the gate.
That's a good point. I never actually looked at gatekeeper of that way, but if we're gonna say the gatekeeper by definition means someone who was a champ, who's no longer a champ, and is like at Heaven's Gate, letting people in or out, then that's a good point. Absolutely, that's a great point.
It's a fantastic way to look at it, but no. The technical term gatekeeper means if you beat me, you get a title shot. I hold the keys. I hold the keys to a title shot for you. That's the technical term. But I like that she said that he ain't been on the other side of the gate where the belts are at. And, just to rub it in, Shawn Porter been on the other side 2 times. We going out to Cincinnati 2 times, like my man AJ, 2 times. Or the UK, get behind Porter because he 2 times, like AJ.
AJ's that's even more than 2 times.
Jump duffel bag with a mind on. Can't play when you here, get your life stole. If you bring it here, then the price grow. Folks jabbing and punching the line long. I drop a pigeon, let 9 go. We slap with the fake glass and white go. This only happens in Ohio.
Only happens in Ohio. My friends are saying that I sound low. My friends are saying that I sound low. Do I sound low? I put on headphones.
You sound fine to me, but I got headphones on.
I got headphones on. I put them on. You guys sound crystal clear. But a couple of my friends have pinged me like, "Oh, you sound lower than the rest of the guys." But everybody else.
Get on your channel, sister.
What do you say?
When am I gonna get on your channel? I've been trying to get on your channel for a minute.
You have not been trying to get on nowhere.
Let me get to this caller. Brandon, you there?
I'm gonna get back to you right after this call.
Y'all hear me?
We hear you.
Yeah.
What's up, y'all? What up, Maestro, Lady Chan? Yeah, I like Lady Chan, man. She a straight shooter, man. She don't hold back no punches. She need to come more often. I subscribe to your channel too, Lady Chan. You too, Maestro. I like both of you. Both of you, man. Y'all both make great points.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Before I get out to the topic, I just want to say y'all should wish a real one a happy birthday. Turned 31 today, man. I'm getting older.
Oh, happy birthday, fam.
You're so young. 31, you're a baby.
31.
Man, I thought I was going to celebrate my birthday weekend watching Wilder Fury 3, but y'all know that didn't go down, so I had to do the typical nightclub watching half-naked women shake their ass, so it wasn't that bad of a weekend. But as far as the topic, man, I hope this fight get made. If it was free, I'd be happy because I could spend my $80 doing some other shit. But I'm gonna pay for it. I'm a high-ranking member of the Bud Tender, so I bought Amir Khan. So of course I'm about this. Got Bud stopping.
Nah, the real question is, did you buy Victor Postal? Because we obviously found out Maestro didn't. He hasn't answered that, so we're gonna leave him alone.
No, I got it. I admitted that. I said I bought all of the pay-per-views. I said that.
And I countered and said, are you sure? Back then, you wasn't doing YouTube, so it wasn't a write-off.
And I countered, and I said the only fight I can remember streaming was the Kazuto Ioka Tanaka fight. I did say that, did I not?
Yeah, I didn't know that was. I know I must have lost. I heard but I must have heard that you said the only fight that you stream. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, he said that.
Nah, but that's your question.
Lisa, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I wasn't as big into boxing back then. I was a little younger back then, so I was still kind of running the streets. Getting into bullshit. I wasn't into.
Remember that? You don't remember that? You was too young for that song too and shit.
I'll be like, what? At least, right? You said you get to save $80. You'd rather pay your $80. This, I don't know. He's coming in and out. Maybe.
Yeah, you got bad service. I'm gonna try and come back to you, Brandon.
Ness, I got to step away for a few minutes, but I'll try to come back at the top of the hour.
All right.
Maestro A Boxing, everyone. Thank you for having me on. I'll try to come back in a few.
Let me get to JT again. Are you available now?
Justin Timberlake, where are you? I'm stupid. I know.
I love your personality.
I'm coming for you though.
Thank you.
Go ahead, JT.
Yeah, that's a good one, lady. What's your name again?
Shawn.
Yeah.
Lady Shad. That was a good one. Ain't no Justin Timberlake over here. Ain't no Justin
Alright, no
Timberlake
worries.
over here, but I was coming for Maestro because this is second time taking a loss, and I don't think he bought the Bud and post style fight. I think he tried to like kind of punch it or dissect it when you asked him that question. You know he changed the topic because he couldn't stay on topic when he losing. I noticed that. Also, earlier she changed her energy because she was coming for Porter kind of hard. Now she's saying it's a good fight. And
No, let me
my
pause
question is,
you right there, Mr. JT. Listen, I say what I mean and I mean what I say. Yeah.
hey, pause my time,
I
Ness,
said,
please.
no, 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 no,
Pause
no,
my
no.
time,
I said
Ness.
I think the
Go ahead.
fight's got. I don't think the fight's gonna happen. That doesn't mean that I thought the fight is not a good fight. The fight's a good fight, but I gave you my reasons why I think that the fight isn't going to happen. Do I want the fight to happen? Hell yeah, I'm a fight fan. Now you can come back back to reality.
All right. Oh, thank you. I'm always in reality, but you also said that you felt like Bud was gonna stop Shawn Porter as well, correct? So let me correct.
Correct. I said he's either.
All
He's
right.
gonna.
All right.
Yeah.
So this
correct.
is where I disagree with y'all about, because this is my question. Like, if I look at all Shawn Porter fights, and I agree with Truck Simpson. Like he said, he sparred this man. He's relentless. And Ness asked him, "What do you need to fight a Shawn Porter? You need a gas tank. You can have all the bicycle all you want, but the thing about Shawn Porter is Shawn Porter do a lot of stuff. He don't let you just sit there and think you could just tee off on him at will. He's gonna push you to certain different measures, different areas in the fight where we don't. I be honest, I haven't seen that from Bud, because some of the fighters like Cal Brook, he fought a Cal Brook. Soon as he got touched, he been in there with Gennady, he been in there with Arrow. He's been wounded. Amir Khan, soon as he knew he was in trouble with Bud, he checked out the fight. So I'm going back and trying to understand. Damn, Bud really ain't been pushed by a real fighter. So Shawn Porter is that fighter, even with a win, lose, or draw. With Shawn Porter, you know one thing: when you got to punch that clock when you fight Shawn Porter, it's gonna be a hell of a fight. I like Shawn Porter. I like his attitude. I never felt like he ducked anybody, and he got that same dog that Bud got. And this is a good fight. And like Ness and them say, if Bud do get in there and stop Shawn Porter, which is possible, because Shawn can be very reckless. If he do, guess what? Yeah, that fight need to happen with Errol Spence, because Errol Spence did not stop Shawn Porter. It was a real close fight. I was rooting for Errol, but everybody thought Errol was going to steamroll Shawn Porter, and I knew that was not going to happen, because if I check Shawn Porter's resume and how he fights, I haven't really seen Shawn Porter get hurt. The two knockdowns that I seen him get knocked down by Adrian Brown and Errol Spence, he got right back up and kept fighting like it was nothing.
Ugas dropped him. Ugas dropped him. It was just the ref just didn't call it. The ref said no, it was an accidental.
Oh, you know what?
But we all know Ugas dropped him.
You're right. I forgot about that, but guess what? It ain't called. It ain't going to record.
Yeah, we didn't call it, but he still
just
got
like
dropped.
they, just like they didn't call that Crawford knockdown. So they both got knockdowns, but they didn't get called. J Mac going back to. Oh, you're not there. You're not there. That's Coach Myers. We went to you. Info Joe, California. What
Info
up?
Joe.
Let's go. Come on. Info Joe is a beast. Checkbox red. Undefeated punchlines, better place your bet. The number one call, fought my way up the ranks. Border wars fighting, going hard in the pain. Boxing scene writers call me spectacular.
Yo, am I clear? Good morning.
Perfect.
Hello, salute.
Hey, good addition to the show. Shout out to you, Lady Chan, but I'm hoping that you wrong, and I'm hoping that the boxing gods bless us with this fight. This is to Maestro. I agree with you. I hope you're listening, brother. I agree with you. Too many damn pay-per-views this year, man. I some of them were because of COVID. They had to try to make the money back. But too many damn pay-per-views. I think pay-per-views should only be 50-50 fights. I do believe Crawford versus Porter is a 50-50 fight. So I believe it is worthy for a pay-per-view. I do believe it's going 12 rounds. I don't see Crawford stopping Porter.
Yeah, it probably will. Yeah.
Yeah, I do see a couple of knockdowns, and as far as the Maestro, he brought up Shane and Berners Forrest. I'm from that era, and I think that Crawford and the Porters and the Spencers are those guys of this era. They just haven't fought each other like the dudes of that era.
Yeah.
If they did, you would be saying this is the golden era
Can I ask you a question?
of
Why would you
Oscar
say
De La
that
Hoya's in
it's a
the
50-50 fight, whereas Porter hasn't got a belt? So is it really 50-50? Are you talking about 50-50 in skills, technicality, or are you talking 50-50 in what they each bring to the table?
I think what each bring to the table, this will be Crawford's best opponent that he's faced at 147. So that's why I say it's a 50-50. We don't know. I'm picking Crawford to win, but like Ness said, Kavalauskas did clip Crawford. Gamboa did clip Crawford. Crawford has probably the best skills at 147 to me, but he hasn't been in one of those brutal Porter fights. Far as entertainment value, Porter always brings entertainment. He's never been in a boring fight. I say Ugas was the most boringest fight he was in.
Yeah.
But anybody that he fights is going to be entertaining. So it is pay-per-view worthy, I believe. And Crawford ain't no slouch. He's going to bring it. He's going to bring those skills. But I'm picking Crawford to win. But I'm hoping the boxing gods bless us. That's all I got, y'all. Great show. Hit them thumbs up. You're listening to the number one, pound for pound. What's up, brother?
Joe, get with me, man. We gotta chit chat. Actually, you could, it would be better off there, but start looking for that flight.
No doubt.
All right.
I got you, champ.
But let's lock that in today, man, because the longer we wait,
Peace out.
The less likely it is. Let's do it tonight.
Okay.
All right. Yes, because if you don't know, Info Joe will be calling all the action, and by calling I don't mean commentary. He'll be the ring announcer for Border Wars September 18th. Border Wars is going to be happening in Watertown, Wisconsin, in about 54 days. If you don't know what Border Wars is, hit me up on IG at NesGTO, and I will answer all questions. Or you can always just type in Border Wars right here in YouTube, or Border Wars Boxing Voice, and all the fights will come up. We're going out to Austin, actually, who's going to be participating in Border Wars from Hobbs, Mexico. What up? New Mexico, excuse me. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Ned. Good morning, bro.
How are you?
Hey, man, you'd be surprised how many people ask how I learned how to speak English so good, and I tell them I'm from New Mexico. But yeah, bro, shit, man. Honestly, I haven't really been listening that much because I've been busy here at work. But nah, bro, whoever says that Crawford Porter isn't a pay-per-view fight, they're smoking dick, bro. Because that's two A-level fighters. You don't always get the chance to watch them. But hey, man, you should pin the Discord. Shout out to my friend Jordan Baker and Karma. Shout out to Hobbs, New Mexico now. And yeah, man, y'all tune into the Border Wars show on Wednesday. I might have some bad news to announce then, but we'll see.
But
yeah, man, shout out to you, man. Oh, no. Yeah. Look at this guy. Come on, bro. I'll never pull out. Nah,
hey,
man.
Yo, you say bad news, that's the first thing I go to.
Right.
Nah, I'll never pull out. But yeah, man, it just depends.
Damn, how
we'll
many
find
kids
out
you
by
got?
then.
Innit? Pause.
Me?
That's what I was thinking. Ness, your mind is the same as my mind. I was thinking it, but I thought I'm not going to say it.
Yo, Austin, man, we gonna catch you on the Border Wars show. Remember, Border Wars podcast and video show every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern, right here at youtube.com/The Boxing Voice. We're going out to Hawk in Maryland. What up, Hawk?
What's up, Hawk?
Yo, what's up, Ness? And what's up
Shan.
to the panel,
Lady
everybody?
Shan. Lady Shan.
Lady Shan.
Lady Shan.
Lady Shan. CHANN.
Lady Shan. Okay. Great show. It is kind of, the pay-per-view part, it is kind of amazing that both of these guys Crawford and Porter, as long as they've been out there though, they they really are. It still seems like Javante is a bigger star than both of them. But put together, like he could do a fight on the same day, and their fight would just have to be if he fought like Haney or something on the same day. But as far as the fight go, I think it's a great fight. I think it's a great fight, but like I'm not a 100% Crawford fan, but I do believe that Crawford is like the most dangerous fighter out there. He got that killer instinct. If he gets Porter where he's hurt or dropped or anything like that, Porter will not finish the fight. Crawford will not let him finish the fight. That's the one difference with him and Earl Spence.
Right.
Yeah, that's the one difference.
Right, I agree with that as well. Not against it. I can deal with that.
Man, thanks for calling in. We got JT with a counterpunch coming back at us.
All right. Yeah, quick question. Lady Shane, you brought up the knockdown that they didn't call about the Ugas fight, right? This is my question though. Like, if I'm looking at all the knockdowns that happened to Porter, breaking them down, did them knockdown? Did he ever look hurt, or he bounced back up and started fighting again?
Because
when I saw the Adrian
again, yeah.
All right. So normally when a fighter like Amir Khan, he get knocked down, he get hurt. If he get up, you know he's still on wobbly legs majority of the time. So that's what I'm trying to bring up about Terence Crawford. And a lot of guys, like he just said, it's funny. I'm thinking about the last caller just said Bud could catch him and hurt him. He probably get caught as reckless as Shawn Porter is, but sometimes it's good because think about Shawn Porter, he keeps you thinking in there, and you're never comfortable in there with him. So we haven't seen Bud fight somebody that's willing to go rough him up, willing to maul him. We just never seen Bud in that type of fight. So that's the big thing about it. I got Bud winning the fight because he's the better boxer, but I still want to see the fight because I know it's a good fight. Because when you got Shawn Porter name tied to it, it's gonna be a hell of a fight.
Right.
Steve in Chicago. What up?
My town up in K-Town. Hey, Daddy, this a dollar beat.
I drink soda, I eat pizza, I hang out with chicks all day. These fighters still can't beat me. They fighting every day, they in the gym every day. Just give me 6 weeks, and I got it.
BoxingVoice.com.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sure can.
I just wanted your host to hear the intro. I'm here.
Oh, okay. Hiya. What's up?
That's it? Steve?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm waiting for her UK brethren to call in.
Oh, I'm here. I'm already here. I'm here. You talking about me or?
Nah, he wants, I guess, your supporters to call in. He wants to hear some UK callers.
I got you. We can't call in from the UK.
You could by adding Nestor Gibbs on Skype. Plenty of UK callers. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know that. Yeah. UK, my UK compadres, if you're about, call in.
Lady Sharon, where you from? You keep spitting the Spanish. Something you picked up?
Madre, mitad Venezuelan. Mi padre jamaiquino.
Wow. Okay, jamaicano and Venezuelan. Nice. So you picked Linares over Haney.
Oh, I
yes, you did. Yes, you did.
I didn't. I swear I didn't. I swear I was saying that to my friend. I was like,
let me go to Coach Myers. Coach, man, what's up? Coach, stop getting mad at me. You know, one day you're going to come here and you're going to see I got 4 computers. Look, you see this one right here that I use to set up. This is Blog Talk, YouTube, Skype, plus the cell phone, bro. Sometimes I'm not going to see everything. I'm not going to see anything. I'm trying.
Listen. If I order a double cheeseburger and they forget to put cheese on it, I'm going to be mad.
I hear you.
If you say, listen, counterpunch $5, I skipped the line, and I'm waiting 35 minutes for the counterpunch, it's normal to be mad because the counterpunch supposed to come right on.
You're right.
I did counterpunch when Maestro was supposed to be on because I wanted to debate him, but that was like 30 minutes ago.
Damn, I'm sorry.
But
I'm
he's
sorry.
off the. You know what I mean? He's off now, but
he coming back. He coming back.
Leave a message after the tone.
nah, but I was basically gonna tell him because he was like the Fury Wilder built up to the Joshua fight. That's why they hyped that fight.
Mm-hmm.
But he's leaving out the Crawford and Porter fight is gonna lead up to the Spence fight, which is the same thing.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And then it's like Porter been on American pay-per-view and sold over 200,000 with Earl.
Mm-hmm.
Fury never been on American pay-per-view before Wilder. So the more likely is to put Porter on pay-per-view with Crawford. It just makes more sense. But yeah, that was my call, Ashley, for my show.
All right. Brandon, I actually seen your Cash App come through, so come on back with your counter punch. I'm sorry for anybody who's I get too late. You know, a lot of messages. We're trying to get it done. No, not intentional. And we will have Untitled today on YouTube members only live at 7 p.m. And then obviously once it's done, it'll be on our Patreon. Brandon Cincinnati, take it away.
That's how I sound now.
Perfect.
Okay, yeah. Taking my daughter dog for a stroll in the park. Hey, tell Coach Myers stop crying, man.
Nah, man, he's a big supporter, man. He's right though. If I order a fucking hamburger with tomatoes and no lettuce, and they put lettuce and tomato, I get very mad. I only want tomatoes. I don't want the fucking lettuce. So he's right. I gotta watch. I gotta watch out.
That's just like an Errol Spence fan, always crying and shit. But nah, Lady Sharon, where you from? I'm getting Jamaican vibes. Am I correct?
Sí, correcto.
She just said Jamaquino, man. She's everything then. Come on. Jamaican and Haitian is two different things, though. Haitian makes you closer to me. You're on the borderline of the Dominican Republic if you're Haitian.
Yeah. Well, what it is, my mum is half Venezuelan and half Dominican, but not Dominican. Dominican.
Oh, yes.
So she's my grandmother, mi abuela de Venezuela, and then my mum is Dominican as well, so she's half. And then my dad is Jamaican, born in Jamaica, came to the UK, and then had me.
Yes,
Inglaterra, Venezuela, Jamaicana.
I can sniff out
Dominicana, también, todos.
That makes you very versatile. I love it. That's nice.
Yeah. I can sniff out a Jamaican woman a mile away. I bet she can make.
I'm in tune to my Jamaican side all day. You'll hear me spit patois a lot. Yeah, so I do both. Patois,
look like you can make a mean pot of oxtails too, but
nuts. Oxtails.
No, but he said you could cook them. He said he said you look like you could cook a mean pot, but I think he's just wishfully hoping.
I can.
Oh, you could cook?
Good.
You could cook, but oxtails though. Oxtails. Not everybody can do oxtails. You got
to stew that down for a long time.
That thing is
that's long time. I'm not the best. I wouldn't be the best. I'd rather go and source that, to my mom or something like that. But yeah, that one you have to cook all day.
Shout out to Donnell in Atlanta. He actually took me to a Jamaican restaurant in Atlanta. Yo, matter of fact, I'm going back when I get there this week. Listen, I never been to a Jamaican restaurant that's open at 3 in the fucking morning. They still serving oxtails at 3 in the morning. That's crazy, yo. Atlanta, bro. People sleeping on Atlanta.
Crazy.
That's that spot, man. I'm serious.
Sounds
Atlanta's
like
crazy.
It. Sounds like it, man.
Bro.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I never got to ask you, man. You keep doing all this caping for Shawn, talk about how good his resume is and how tough he is. And I ain't heard you go out on the limb yet and pick.
Yo, you only get 45 seconds. Come on, man. You trying to get JT mad at me, man?
You need to cut it.
Yo, he swear I'm gonna pick. Listen, I'm gonna pick that the fight fans is gonna win, man. We get a great fight finally.
It's not caping if it's saying something a fact that someone's got a good resume. It's a fact.
Yeah.
It's not caping. It's a fact.
Nah, he just don't want me to tell the truth because he's like, oh, none of that matters if you're not picking Shawn, which I don't think that's, true. But we got Intrigue in Atlanta. Shout out to Intrigue, man. We got to go to that. Yo, I'm sure he's been to that oxtail spot. Crazy. 3 in the morning serving oxtails, man.
I need to go there, man.
And it's a dance hall spot. Let me tell you, everybody was dressed like they. Word is born. I promise you. And then in the line, these two girls start dancing. It was a line too. I used to get oxtails from a Dominican spot, and it would get packed, but never a line. Like these ladies had a line in that motherfucker. I was like, damn. But they was dancing in the line. It was crazy. I'm like, wow. Yo, Atlanta's underrated for real.
Lit, isn't it?
It
lit,
is
isn't it?
super lit. It's super lit for real. Like it's really trying to be Las Vegas. Like I can't believe like it's like they don't want to sleep out there.
It's 24 hours like New York.
For real. Let me go to Atlanta zone.
I said this bitch on fire hotter than a throwaway. I need my money now. No extra days. Your time's up, coons ready. Ain't no other way. It ain't no other way. That's all I got. I say what I mean, do what I say. I pray my chopper bullets don't spray. If you cross, we better look both ways.
Where these tunes are from? These are a vibe.
Some of these are their own, and some of these are produced by Dollar DiBiase. But you should actually link up with Intrigue. He's actually a real artist, and he's on iTunes. And maybe y'all could do a collab. Intrigue, what up?
Yeah.
What's good? What's good? What's
Send
good?
me any of their tunes. Just I could use them as an intro. Sometimes rotate it on my shows. I'd love to do that. That one was just lit. I like that.
I think he might be the one that actually told me to reach out to you. I don't know if it was him or someone else, but someone asked me like this week before you hit me up. Honestly, before you hit me up, like 72 hours before you hit me up, or within that time
frame.
Someone said, "Oh, you should collab with Lady Chan," and I told them. You know, I didn't have your social media. I said, send me her social media or have her hit me up. And I said, yeah, I want to, collab with anybody. But Intrigue, apologies. Walking all over your call like that. What's going on, brother? Intrigue?
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, I ain't got a phone call. Nah, it wasn't me. I was going to do it, though, but somebody beat me to the punch. But nah, what's good, Lady Shan?
What's up? Tell me.
Chilling. Yeah. Now I check some of your music out because I follow your channel. You know what I mean? And I do. I do all type of stuff too. I produce too, so I make all type of tracks.
Let's go. Let's do something.
Yeah, most definitely. I will link up.
Yeah.
But on
for sure.
But on the Bud Porter, you know what I mean? It's a 50-50 fight. And I got Bud winning, but when it comes to betting in Vegas, I'm betting on Porter. You know what I mean? Any 50-50 fights, I always take the underdog. And it's not like I can't, in my mind, see Porter pulling out a win. But I have to say that Crawford is the favorite in that fight. But you definitely can't sleep on Porter. I definitely don't think Porter getting beat down. I definitely don't think neither one of them knocking either one of them out. So I see it as a great fight. And then, pay-per-view, I don't have a problem with it being on pay-per-view. It was something else I wanted to say. Ness, when you going to get Kenny Porter back on?
Bruh, I think he's not feeling well. I'm going to be honest, man. I've been hitting him up, and, he told me he was on some meds, so I'm just waiting. But I actually hit him yesterday.
Gotcha.
Again. But in the last 4 days, I've probably hit him 4 times.
Hope he has a speedy recovery. I hope he gets well soon then.
Yeah, I hope so. And last thing, that's you say you're gonna be in the A this week?
Yeah, for the 31st. Next for this Saturday. Not this is it this Saturday?
This Saturday, yeah.
Oh shit.
Damn.
When's my phone?
Wouldn't it be lit if I flew from the UK and came? Wouldn't it be lit?
You could get in the country?
I think they've eased off the restrictions now because they said from August. I think it's August.
I wish you could, because if you could, that means Mitty's ducking. He's one of our UK fighters, and he kept telling me he can't get out because of the UK restriction and the travel. I think it's something about coming back and having to pay that $2,000.
Yeah, that you got to pay $2,000 and you stay in a quarantine hotel for 10 days. Yeah, but you got to pay for it £2,000.
That's not good. That's not good. But let me tell you. I'll offer you this. Oh shit! I just noticed you're back. Sorry, put you on the screen. I'll tell you this: if you can get out, I've never heard your music, but I'll listen to it today because I just found out. But if you can get out, we have a show on Saturday where we're doing Border Wars, and Friday I've been trying to put together this thing that we do that's called boxing bars. It's something that started during the quarantine where all our listeners would call in and actually rap. But because this ain't no fucking rap show, I made them show their skills by rapping only about boxing. So these people really showed that they were super talented because week after week, they would have to come up with a new freestyle or a new verse using boxing. So it was always done virtually, and now we have the opportunity to meet up with a lot of our fans and listeners, and we want to try to put that together live and have them perform at the weigh-in and live stream it. So yeah, we would love to have you because it's a bar.
If I could, I'll check it out.
Our weigh-in is always at a bar, so you could actually, after the weigh-ins are over, you do your performance, get everything in the mood, and then we be partying all night.
It'd be litty.
I'm gonna go ahead and grant my friend JT a little free. Was it JT? No, it was Coach Myers that had a counterpunch for you.
Yeah, it was Coach Myers.
But you were not here, and he was very disgruntled as a Patreon. So come on down, Coach Myers. Here's my good friend Maestro, ready to debate you. Unless you're not available, which takes me to Blog Talk. Let me know. One time, Lauryn Hill style. 2 times. Go ahead.
2 times.
Yo.
What up? Clocks.
Can you hear me?
We hear you. We hear you.
Hey, Maestro.
Yes, sir.
All right, you said the Fury versus Wilder, that fight, it was built up because of the Joshua/Wilder fight, potentially, right?
Yeah, I said that was one of the reasons, that and the fact that Fury had beat Klitschko.
Years ago, so you really can't use that. But Crawford and Porter, that fight builds up to the Spence fight, which is similar to the Wilder versus Fury building up to the Joshua, right? That's kind of similar on par, right?
Yeah, that's similar.
Okay.
I think the other aspect of it too is that it's big because.
Hold on. I'm just going off certain quotes you said.
My fault.
So, has Fury ever been on American pay-per-view before Wilder?
No.
Okay. Has Porter ever?
Cut it. So. Coach Myers, you can't make it difficult either. If you don't want him to cut you off, you can't ask a question because then he's gonna want to rebut, which will go over your time, and then you're gonna want your time extended. But for the sake of debate, go ahead.
All right, so you just cut me off just to say that. I appreciate
Yes, because I need other people to understand that it's your time, but at the same time,
I'll send another one. I'll send another 5.
I just want them to understand that it's your time, but at the same time, if you ask a question, the host is gonna want to rebuttal.
Right.
I got you.
Let's go.
So, anyways, Porter been on pay-per-view before with Spence, correct? And they did probably over 200,000 or whatnot. So, I feel like the safe bet would be Crawford and Porter on pay-per-view for one. He already been on pay-per-view, sold over 200,000, unlike Fury did before the Wilder fight. And that builds up to the Spence fight, similar to Fury-Wilder building up to the Joshua fight. That's my call.
Maestro.
All right, well, I wasn't saying that Fury was a pay-per-view fighter in the United States. That's number one. What I was saying was that it was Deontay Wilder's promotion. He was the A-side. He was the WBC heavyweight champion of the world. So we're not comparing Fury to whoever here. I was bringing up the fact that this was a WBC heavyweight title fight, and that to me is a bigger fight than a WBO welterweight title fight, a title that was won from Jeff Horn. But there were multiple factors leading to the promotion of that fight. Number one, yes, the intrigue at that time was AJ versus Wilder, and anything that Wilder was doing at that point would have been box office to U.S. boxing fans and people who follow the heavyweight division. That's number one. Number two, it was promoted as, look at this guy Fury. He's from England, just like AJ. He beat Vladimir, just like AJ. Let's have him face off against our U.S. WBC heavyweight champion of the world. So that was another thing as well. So look, is it a big fight? I'm not saying it's not a big fight. I'm just saying that as someone who grew up watching Vitaly and Lennox on HBO, watching guys like Mayorga against Forrest against Sugar Shea Mosley, again on HBO, a guy who watched Kostya Zab Judah on Showtime. I could go on and on. I want boxing to get back to that, right?
Never.
I just dropped my phone.
It'll never though.
Go check it. It sounds like it's smashed.
It's fine. It's in the case. But yeah, I mean, there was a time when even De La Hoya, while he was a pay-per-view fighter, would fight the likes of Steve Forbes and whatnot on regular HBO. So for the sport to grow, I think more eyeballs need to be on the sport. For the sport to grow, not everything can be behind the $80 or $85 paywall. Like, we'll buy it, but we also have to think about, you know, the more general mainstream sports fans in the sport becoming big. I'm not knocking Porter and I'm not knocking Terence Crawford. I don't want that to be like the presentation of what I'm trying to say.
That's going to be the caption of this show now.
Yeah, I realize that, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that these are two good fighters in a good fight, a meaningful fight. I want people to watch it, and I don't want to pay $80 for it, even though I will pay $80 for it. But I know that not everybody's like me. Not everybody's like Lady Shan. Not everybody's like Ness. And not everybody's going to be wanting to do that.
You ain't lying, but I would just have this energy for
Chris Arreola, Andy Ruiz Jr., which I had it for that too.
I didn't, bro. I predicted that. See, again, you're coming on. You're gonna learn, you know, how much I love the sport, right? So when Andy beat AJ, I wanted him to get out the contract. I wanted him to get a hometown California in the Valley Arreola fight. It took time to get there, so obviously, you know, it didn't take anything away from me. What he achieved, he deserved a comeback fight, and you have to test the gauge, the market, to see where he's at after that achievement. So that's what this was. They threw a rock in the water, see how long it was going to sink, how long it took before it sunk. They wasn't expecting 1 million bars, champ. This was just the barometer. Now they know where they at though, and they know who to put.
It was a great fight that a lot of people didn't see because it wasn't on PBC on Fox. It was on PBC on Fox pay-per-view. And look, other than guys like Lennox Lewis, guys like Mike Tyson, you know, guys like De La Hoya, very few people get pay-per-view spots in comeback fights as the A side. So, look, I'm dating myself. I'm born in the 80s, raised up in the 90s. You know, I come from a certain era of watching boxing. So, you know, like everything, the dinosaur needs to adapt, or the dinosaur is going to go extinct.
Evolve or be extinct.
Right? But that's also why I was kind of a fan of like the DAZN model to a certain extent, even though not all of my favorite fighters or people I want to watch are on DAZN, because they give me that shit for a flat fee, right? Just like you pay your fee for HBO or Showtime, you pay your fee for DAZN, and you get the big fights on that platform. So it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. Oh yeah, can I just say, I know you guys are finding it hard to pronounce my name, so I'm just going to give you a way that you will always remember. You remember the rapper MC Shan?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me. So it's Shan. Lady Shan.
Lady Shan. Yo, Malachi, is that you?
Yes, sir. That's me, man. I'm having technical difficulties trying to get my camera to show.
Okay.
And it's frustrating. I have to create an account. I'm actually trying to put up a
I know
some kind of avatar or something. This is crazy, man.
I use old software. I know.
Skype is crazy. I'm like, Skype,
but it's reliable.
I know, but it worked though.
It's old, but it's reliable.
You may have your camera in use in another program. That's what gets me sometimes.
No, it's not even that. It's saying that it's not even recognizing the device. It says no device found.
Really?
When I use StreamYard and stuff like that, it shows up like that. But
you got to go into the settings. You got to go into the settings in order to do it. It says video and appearance is the category. Let me get to this counterpunch. JT Dallas, what up?
Yeah, Maestro. I feel like you be avoiding me. You be getting off the show at certain times. But I want to tell you, the first debate you went against with Ness. Well, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, the first debate you went up against Ness, I feel like you won that one, but the last two ones, you 1-2, man. But I'm still stuck on that post style Terence Crawford fight. I don't think you bought that pay per view. Me personally, cause I feel like it goes with your contradiction, because you feel like certain fights don't belong on pay per view. So back then, that wasn't really considered a big fight to a casual fan, probably like yourself. So at that time, I don't even know if you was above it. And this might be my opinion. I could be dead wrong because I don't know you. I still don't think you bought that fight though. That's my call.
Wow.
All right. I mean,
You ain't got to lie, Craig. You ain't got to lie.
what can I say? It is what it is. I mean, I'm trying to think of if I talked about that fight at all someplace where I could pull it up or whatnot. But I definitely watched the fight and I definitely paid for it. So
yeah, but
maybe I gotta get my brother Kenny T.
You gotta take that into consideration, Maestro, and be like, damn, yo, I am the guy that paid for Victor. Now, Victor was nowhere near worthy. Shawn Porter's way more worthy.
I don't understand what's so confused about what's got people confused when I say that I will pay for something but still think that it shouldn't be on pay-per-view. Like
because that's what I'm saying.
Two things can both be true.
But that's what I'm saying. Not in this equation. Like Victor Postal, Shawn Porter. One of those are not pay-per-view. Only one is not pay-per-view. That's what we trying to tell you.
I agree. And I said the same thing about that fight. That's what I'm telling you, but I still paid for it. I don't know what's so confusing about that. I didn't want to pay for Andy Ruiz, Chris Arreola, but I paid for it.
I paid for that.
I paid for it. And
did I? How did I get that? Did I buy that?
Fight TV, Lady Shan, Fight TV.
Let me just tell you this, and people who like Ness, did I not pay to watch Fight TV? Did I not pay for Joe Joyce?
Yeah. We did. I paid for it. And then
no, you paid for it. But I don't think that's a pay-per-view fight. I paid for Joe Joyce against Taco.
But you like Joe Joyce. You probably were happy to pay that $13.
No, I wasn't happy to pay that $13. You could ask Joe Habib.
You can't moan over $13.
I wasn't upset, but it's not like I was complaining that it wasn't on ESPN Plus. I was saying that I thought it should be on ESPN Plus because ESPN Plus had been showing a lot of the Queensberry promotion cards over here in the US. Like, I
agree.
If you're gonna show what's the dude that just lost to Andre? I already forgot his name. The dude for Liam Williams, right? If you're gonna show Liam Williams on ESPN Plus, which I watched live, how are you not gonna show Joy Joyce against Hackam? I don't understand that. So look, two things can be true. I can think that a fight should be on Showtime or should be on Fox or Dazn, and also pay to watch it on pay-per-view. Like that. This is what I've been doing.
Yeah.
But caller, I appreciate the caller.
Yeah,
and
coming at you, Mark.
I want to say it took them a day or two, because I got this receipt from Fight TV at 3:35 this morning. But I'm happy to report that it's $12.99, not tax. They don't charge anything. It's $12.99 flat.
We don't have that. We don't do charge tax and stuff. So that's cool, isn't it?
Yeah, hell yeah, that's cool. I thought I was paying 13 and some change, so pretty good.
Yes, you can afford 13 and some change. So don't worry about it.
Every dollar counts. Every single penny counts.
It
it adds up. That's the thing. People don't look at it that way. It adds up. Especially I should have just stood in my age bracket and kept the cable. And I cut the cord trying to be like these young people, and it's not working for me. I need my cable box. I need my DVR. You know what I mean? I miss that stuff.
Have DVR. I don't have it anymore.
I hate not having a DVR. It's like, I missed the whole show box because I didn't have a DVR.
Yeah.
It's crazy,
Yeah.
but
Who's calling in? Is someone calling in there?
we do have someone in Philly by the name of. Is this a new caller? New caller in Philly. Who this? Hello.
Who that be, Billy?
Who are you? Who are you? As Tyson Fury would say.
You big dosser.
Philly, you there? Sorry, I had you muted.
Oh, that's why. Philly?
Yeah, my name's Dre out of Philly. Can y'all hear me?
Ray out of Philly.
Salute, sir.
No, Dre, D-R-E.
All right, Dre, like Dr. Dre, we got you.
Yeah, there's a couple things I wanted to touch on real quickly. One thing is I wanted to touch on. Somebody said that Gervonta Davis was a bigger star than Terence Crawford and Shawn Porter combined. But the thing is, though, like comparatively speaking, when you look at like for instance, like Mike Tyson and Roy Jones, they were able to do like what 1.2, 1.3 million, and they're like geriatric fighters. They're older. Or if you look at UFC, they constantly do $1 million or over $1 million like every time they have a card. So 200,000, that's nothing in a country of 300 million people. Those numbers are abysmal. So we really don't have any pay-per-view stars that's like fighting, with the exception of AJ in the UK and perhaps Canelo Alvarez, but he went to DAZN. But outside of those two fighters, like the pay-per-view model just isn't working. Now I'll pay because I'm a fight fan, of course. But 200,000, 300,000, that's nothing in a country of 300 million. It's just not. So Tank isn't a star. He just isn't. Another thing I wanted to touch on was the Shawn Porter and Terence Crawford. I think Crawford obliterates that guy. It was a person that said Terence Crawford's never been pushed. Well, obviously, he never watched the Jeff Horn fight. Jeff Horn doesn't really have skills like that, but he's like extremely strong and like durable. And Terence Crawford handled him like he was at welterweight his whole career. And he was also pushed in the Gamboa fight, and he made that adjustment. So Crawford has been pushed. He just adjusts, and he's just so good that a person who aren't able to peep those subtleties, they won't know it. A lot of casual fighters say Bud isn't this, but to me, honestly, this is my opinion. Bud is the best fighter of our era, in my opinion, just with his skill set alone. And, that's my call. Just wanted to state that.
Thank you.
Call, fam. Great call.
Yeah.
Great call.
I agree.
JT coming right at you, caller. Stick around. I know this is your first time calling in, so I'll tell you how this works, right? You just triggered someone to respond, which means they did a counterpunch. It's a $5 Cash App or Super Chat with the, acronym CP, and JT wants a piece.
Yo, what's up? What's up? Yeah, I think he was talking about me when I said Bud had really been pushed.
Yep.
And what I mean by that, to me, Shawn Porter is on a different type of caliber. You can't even compare Jeff Horn and Shawn Porter's style of fighting. Because if you look at Jeff Horn, he's just straight bully up and down. It's easy to spin him, turn him around. Bud did show he was stronger than him when he was that come from his wrestling background. But all I'm saying, at the top level, Jeff Horn ain't no Shawn Porter. At the end of the day, Shawn Porter gets the best out of fighters. Keith Thurman, Danny Garcia, Ugas, all the fighters that we named that he's been in there. Bud haven't been in there with those fighters. Now, he been in a fight with Danny Garcia and Ugas in the amateurs, but we can't sit there and go back off there. And he lost to both of those fighters in the amateur. But let's keep it on the pros. Thing about Bud, I like Bud. I like his skill. I think he's the best skilled welterweight, even though I got Arrow beating him. But when it comes down to Shawn Porter, this is a fight where we could sit there and say, hey, damn, Bud, if Bud really walked through Shawn Porter, we could be like, hey, lift our eyebrow, damn, maybe Bud is on another level. But back to Shawn Porter, I think Shawn Porter gonna give him that extra push, that time.
Cut it. We got Georgie in Malachi. You get it together or what? Did he?
No, not yet, man. I'm trying. It looks like I have to buy something from webcam settings or something.
No,
you don't. I just downloaded it for free again. I had it already, but my one was a bit old.
Not only that, Just get it to open up Skype through your web browser, bro. You don't even need through the app.
I have Skype open up through the web browser. It's not recognizing my camera. It doesn't even like I see the microphone and stuff with it. It's grayed out, and then when I downloaded the actual app and I went to the settings, Mac.
Can you not just use the laptop camera?
You on the Mac and you can't get it? Yo, come on.
Yeah, use the Mac's camera instead of using your camera.
It's not recognizing anything.
Maybe you got to do a restart.
I know what the issue is. Let me text you in the private chat. I know what it is. I know what it is.
And also, it's a Mac. I would do a restart. Believe me, I only fuck with Macs. Every now and then they need a restart. We going out to Georgie Porgy Boston.
Let me restart it.
What up?
Yo, first of all, let me say, I don't pay showtime to see you all there, not even putting a goddamn motherfucking effort. If I want to see two motherfuckers just fight, I pick up a fight with somebody in the street. Don't need that shit. You don't love that sport, my dude? Just move along. Gone. Fuck you. Next. What a great show. Thumbs up, donate.
Whoop, whoop.
Lady Shine.
Well,
Yo, Ness.
No, Lady Shine. You remember the rapper MC Shan? Yeah, that's what it is. Lady Shan. Shan.
I got an accent, girl. Bear with me here. Sister, bear with me. Got a little accent. Man, no harm, queen. Yo, Ness, I only got 2 minutes.
King. I'm in a stupid mood today. So
I love your mood. I love your energy. Go for it.
You.
Go for it.
Ness, I only got 2 minutes. Ness, I only got 2 minutes. Let me holler at the queen, baby boy.
Go ahead.
Girl, you sing? You sing, girl?
I sing and I MC. I spit.
Listen, I got tracks, but I got these jewels that I don't give away to nobody. I'm going to give you a jewel, girl, that's going to put you on the fucking map. I'm going to send it to Ness. I'm going to send it to Ness and watch it. Watch how you get to the top of that shit.
Is it the one you sent me yesterday?
Mama, I got you. I mix like you, baby girl. I mix like you. I got a cousin that is Russian. I got auntie de Colombian. My grandma is from fucking Haiti. My dad from Dominican. My mom from Puerto Rican. We're going United Nations here. There is no race with Georgia.
Caliente, chulo. Me gusta muchísimo.
Love you, baby girl. I gotta go. Everybody support the channel, donate, and I'm outie.
Hit me on Instagram at Lady Shan. DM me. We chop it up about these beats. Okay? Está bien, todo bien.
Okay. Line 6, Boomerang.
Hey, I don't really got nothing to say. I'm just disgusted with the lack of Boots content. But hey, y'all have a good day. Thanks.
Yo, we need Boots to have news. He ain't got no news. The last thing he had, I talked to his dad and to him. We did interviews on it. It was the alleged Jamal James fight that still hasn't come to fruition. Like we need news on Boots, man.
Can I ask you something, Ness?
Yeah.
And actually ask everybody in the chat too, because it seems like a lot of people are giving Porter a really good chance in this fight versus Terence Crawford. Now, do all of y'all see Crawford stopping? I'm sorry. Do all of y'all see Porter stopping Crawford, or do you guys see him outboxing Crawford? Because
I see two ways.
Yes.
I see two ways.
You first.
Okay.
I see two ways, but then it's not much of a prediction. But as it gets closer to the fight, when it's announced, I will do a detailed prediction. But loosely, I see two ways. Usually, it's going to go to points, but he could get the stoppage. Bud could get the stoppage, a late round stoppage. But I'll analyze a bit more, and I'll see what's up. I need to see more. I want to see what Porter looks like when he's training in camp and stuff.
Man,
Bud
might get stopped in this fight. What are you talking about?
Nah.
Get stopped by Porter.
He might. Yo.
You're not getting stopped, bro. And here's my thing: if you can't stop Sebastian Formella, how the fuck you gonna stop Terence Crawford?
Formella wasn't trying to be stopped.
Hold up, and he's not. Well, was he trying to get stopped against Conor Ben? Because his ass got stopped against Conor Ben, and he wasn't trying to get stopped.
He didn't do no running.
That's number one. Number two, he's not outboxing Shawn Porter either. This is Shawn Porter all day, every day, against Crawford all day every day against Shawn Porter.
Well,
this is a 50-50 fight. I've been hearing people say it's a 50-50 fight. This is not a 50-50 fight.
I know.
Well,
I didn't think you thought Porter was going to beat Crawford.
I don't think he's going to beat Crawford. I'm saying that there is a possibility of him beating Crawford, and not only beating him, but stopping him. Like, he could get Eric Bonet. Like, Crawford's never been in there with anyone like Porter. Like, people try, like my man, whoever called in said, oh, son, about Jeff Horn. Yeah, Jeff is a little rugged, but he don't got the experience on this. Like, dudes forget Shawn Porter was sparring Manny Pacquiao when he was like 2-0. Like, he was the first sparring partner before Glenn Tapia and all these other dudes, Ray Beltran. It was Shawn Porter. Like, that's invaluable in-ring experience that he's got. He's been up against all the top names in his weight. Not little dudes they moving up. Like, I'm not saying he's a puncher, but he's a fucking bully. And he will bulldozer you. If you were Eric Bonet, he walking through you. If you Paulie Malignaggi, he walking through you. If you Devin Alexander, he walked through you. We have yet to see, does Terence have that strength to deal with, I mean, come on, Khan, Bambi legs, you're gonna bring fucking the Terminator and Kell Brook half broken on a cane.
See, the thing is, people love to insult Amir Khan, but
He wasn't half dead though, Ness. He wasn't half dead.
Who?
He came from 154 and came back down. Yeah, he had 2 orbital bone fractures, but he wasn't half dead. The Kell Brook that we saw came in an amazing condition. I wouldn't say half dead.
You tripping. A man ain't make, first of all, a man's on record saying he can't make 147. Then he moves up to 54, fights there for 3 years, and comes down for a payday.
That was a payday fight. It was a payday fight.
Exactly. He wasn't himself.
He
was a mummy.
What I'm trying to say, first of all, is
if you look at the first 2 rounds, I had Brook up.
He's a mummy.
Well, you also, but Crawford does oftentimes give up the first few rounds if you analyze his fights while he studies his opponent and figures out how to get the guy up out of there. Look, I'm not saying that Amir Khan is invincible or that he's got the greatest chin, but I think that people look at his knockout losses, which were bad, but you got to understand he went up in weight to fight Canelo Alvarez, and he wasn't really ready at that time in his career for Bradis Prescott. But and obviously there was the Danny Garcia fight too, but he also has, taken on some really good guys, and I don't really think he gets a lot of credit for, he did go to distance, beat Collazo. He did go to distance and beat Devin Alexander. He did. Hold up, I'm not giving you the biggest names yet, though. All right.
You want to get up in the ranks, love.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, nobody goes the distance with Marcos Maidana and is not a tough dude. Like, it's very easy to jump on the train of insulting Amir Khan, but you cannot say that the guy is not an accomplished boxer. Last week I was hearing people say, "Oh, such and such is a Amir Khan." Well, Amir Khan is Olympic silver medalist.
I'm with you.
World title champion. Like, a lot of people would love to be Amir Khan and make the kind of money he has in the sport of boxing. So I'll just leave it at that. Yes, Ness, I see you waving your hand.
Well, Porter does have knockout power, so let's keep that into perspective.
Well, he didn't have it against Sebastian Formella, and he ain't gonna be knocking out Terence Crawford.
Anything's a possibility.
Let me ask you, my main man, Maestro. You said you've been in the ring, man. You believe that theory fighters say they can't get up for certain fights?
I believe that if you got an opponent up in there that doesn't belong in the ring with you, that you got to get the guy up out of there. That's what I believe, and that's what Conor Benn did to Formella. That's what Conor Benn did to Samuel Vargas. If you can get the knockout, get the knockout. I like knockouts personally. I'm not trying to take a guy.
So you don't believe that. You don't subscribe to. I couldn't get up to it. I wasn't up for that fight.
I subscribe to it in like certain contexts, right? Like I'll subscribe to it in a case in point example.
AJ Ruiz, he used
AJ
that.
Ruiz, great example. He got knocked out. Another one, Hasim Rahman against Lewis the first time. Lewis didn't train properly. Lewis didn't go to Johannesburg at high altitude and acclimate himself well enough because he didn't get up for the fight.
So let me ask you a question.
I don't buy it for 12 round. I don't buy it for 12 round fights. Like I buy it for when you get caught cold or like you were unprepared for the person.
So your logic, essentially what you're telling the audience is your logic is if they don't knock you out, you can't say you couldn't get up for the fight. Like if you get a win by unanimous decision, the way that Shawn did.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Shawn Porter won every round of that fight. Shawn Porter dominated that fight. Okay. So how was he not up for the fight? He didn't look bad. What I'm saying is if you couldn't knock that guy out, how are you going to knock out Terence Crawford?
But that's the thing.
He was in shape. He went 12 rounds. He bullied the dude for every second of every minute of every round. So you can't tell me he didn't get up for the fight. Okay. What he didn't do was knock out the guy.
Okay, so what about this other phrase in boxing the fighters say, I wanted to get rounds.
Yeah, get yourself 6 rounds, get yourself 7 rounds, but you need to get 12 rounds? Oh. I don't buy that.
I mean, Tyson Fury did that. He didn't get the knockout, remember? He didn't get the knockout. He didn't get the knockout. He got the rounds.
Full distance.
He got the rounds.
Yeah.
Which fight are you talking about?
Check his resume. Both first and second. With he had two tune-ups. He had 2 tune-ups before Wilder. Then he had 2 tune-ups before Wilder.
I don't. Well, first of all, Tyson Fury wasn't known as a knockout puncher. Number one.
But you're fighting tune-ups. Like you're putting this unnecessary standard and pressure on Porter to get a knockout. Why the fuck can't Fury get it? Why can't? Let me say my argument. Why can't Fury the heavyweight? Why can't Fury the heavyweight? We subscribe to heavyweights because you're supposed to get the knockout. So now you're saying it's okay for Fury to get rounds, but not for my man Porter. Okay.
I never said. I thought Fury looked like doo-doo against Sefert Safari and against what's the other brother, the Italian dude, Pianetta. I thought he looked in both of those fights. And a matter of fact, it's because he looked like doo-doo that Wilder pulled his fat ass out of the ring and got him into the first fight because he didn't look good. Mm-hmm. So if you want to compare Shawn Porter to a guy that was on coke, was all abusing his body with alcohol, who got up to 450 pounds or whatever, if that's who you want to compare Shawn Porter to, then have at it. But that's not what I'm. Shawn Porter's a guy who's known for being in shape, for training year round, right? For being a dedicated guy. I've never heard of Shawn Porter being on drugs or Shawn Porter abusing his body with alcohol or Shawn Porter taking 3 years out of the ring. So, I mean, I don't really see that as an apples to apples comparison. But I think that if we're going to make the argument that Shawn Porter is going to knock out Terence Crawford, well, then it's kind of, it's not very convenient to look at the fact that he couldn't KO Sebastian Formella. That's all I'm saying.
That's you, Malachi, typing. You must have your computer
settings.
That's me.
I'm right now. I'm good.
No, I know. What I'm saying is, though, your computer settings must be picking up everything, so we hear you typing. Yeah. But Maestro, I'm gonna kill you again. This is crazy, but you're gonna, this is good sparring for you. You're gonna fucking be sharp out there in these streets, man. So, using Tyson Fury again as the example. Like you said, you killed yourself by saying Tyson wasn't known as a knockout puncher, right? And then you fell into my trap of his 2 tune-ups showing that he's not a puncher, right? And then all of a sudden he knocked out Wilder, which means that even though you think Shawn isn't a puncher, all of a sudden he can knock out Crawford. Let's move on and introduce Coach Malachi. Coach Malachi.
Wait a second. You can't just get away with that and then walk away after saying that and act like I can't come back just totally dismantle what you just said. Really? Number one, Fury's own father didn't want him taking the first fight against Wilder because of how badly he was out of shape. Okay? Fury's own father was fearful for the man's health going into the Wilder fight because of the physical condition that he'd been in for the past 2 to 3 years. That's not the case with Shawn Porter, number one. Number two, in the rematch to Wilder, Fury went away for 2 more tune-ups, okay? And then decided to get with a new trainer, Sugar Hill, all right, to sit down on his punches. So it's not like he just overnight became a knockout sensation. Are you saying that Shawn Porter is going to go away, get 2 tune-ups before the Terence Crawford fight, switch trainers, fire his father, Kenny Porter, and get with a guy who's training him for knockouts? I mean, if that's what you're saying is going to happen, then yeah, I'll concede your point. But last time I checked, he's going straight from not getting the KO to trying to get a KO against a guy who's very difficult to KO, if not impossible to KO based on his record, right? And has not switched trainers, has not had a tune-up or two, right? And also has not had a significant body transformation, which also, by the way, Tyson Fury has done on multiple occasions, because you can't do that as a heavyweight. You can't really transform your body drastically like that at 147 pounds because of the weight limit. So now I can walk away and we could go on to my brother, Coach Malachi, now that, you know, I'm back to, 2-2 with Ness in the debates or whatever the case is. I think I'm 2-2, guys. Let's let the chat decide. I think I'm 2-2, but we can go to Coach Malachi and just move on.
No, I strongly disagree. I mean, you know, he just danced around it and said a bunch of words. They're unnecessary. The bottom line is, he said what we needed to hear. Fury wasn't known as a puncher, and then he got a stoppage. Shawn isn't known as a puncher, and he can get a stoppage. It's just that simple. You know, Shawn is coming off a 10 or 12 round decision because it was a double eliminator, so it was a 12-round fight. And Fury was coming off of a 12-round fight with Valine when he went into his knockout. So, I mean, it's the same difference. But it's all right, you know. Some people don't want to hear the truth. Malachi, though.
Jada Real saying that Ness, you 0-4 against me. Salute to you, Jada Real. Appreciate that, brother. Thank you for the assist.
No, Jada Real just doesn't like me.
I got that. I understood what he was saying, but we can go to Coach Malachi. That's good.
You can see people clearly that don't like you. You know, he doesn't like me.
Real. I appreciate that, Jada Real. We good.
Yeah, Ja.
That's my brother, Jada Real over there.
Yeah, Larry Myers said you're 0-4. But what's up, Coach Malachi?
Hey, what's going on? Can you see me?
We see you. We see you perfectly.
Oh, okay, good. I didn't know you guys can see me. As a matter, let me look at my phone. I didn't know you guys can see me.
Yeah, watch it on YouTube if you want to see. If you want to see what it looks like to the world, it's on YouTube.
I see it. Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, man, what's going on with you, man?
How are you, man? How are you?
Hey, it's good. And listen, it's nice to be here, man. I want to thank Nestor Gibbs, man. The brother is a legend. I don't agree with everything Ness says. You know what I mean? I do not agree with everything Ness says. But I rocks with Ness.
Second, you come on and you say hi, Shan. You come on and you say hi.
I didn't. Hold on, Shan. I was getting around. I was getting around to speak to everyone. You know, this is Ness's show, but yes, salute to my brother Maestro. You know what I mean, and salute to the Queen Lady Shan. You know what I mean. It's an honor to be here. Again, I do like the discussion, the debate. You know what I mean. You as you know, Ness, if you don't know, you know I'm a Terence Crawford guy.
Really?
You know what I'm saying? Yes, I love Crawford. Now, I'm not a fanboy. You know, my fanboy days are over with. You know, I was a fanboy of Mike Tyson. So, you know how that was back in the day. You know, Mike, anybody beat Mike, I had beef with him. You know what I mean? But yeah, but I like Crawford, man. Actually, I'm glad that there's a lot of interest in it. I hope that a lot of people bet a lot of money on Shawn Porter, since I didn't know Shawn Porter had this many fans, to be honest with you. I'm just being honest with you, Ness. I don't hear people talking about Shawn Porter like that. And then now, you know, because Bud is the guy who don't nobody really like. He hasn't fought anybody. He has a garbage resume. I would give you all of that. What you like Shawn Porter for? Who betting on Shawn Porter?
I can tell you what I like him for.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying that the people who are, Crawford is garbage. He's trash. He haven't fought anybody. He's going to get exposed when he fight a PBC fighter. I'm like, okay, how much of these guys are going to bet on Shawn Porter? That's all I'm saying.
We don't really get all that. We get some of it. We get that hasn't really fought anybody. I don't get the trash or the
Crawford is garbage. He's trash. Sorry about that. He haven't fought anybody. Sorry about that. That's my fault.
Yeah, we don't get that. We just get the hasn't fought anybody. Definitely not the trash though. You know, he's obviously good. You know,
they're the haters. They're the hater ones. They say that.
This is a 50-50 fight. He's only fought washed up guys that have no chin, like Amir Khan. You know, Kell Brook was a washed up fighter, and you know, he hasn't fought anybody like Shawn Porter. Okay. I think that's a fair assessment of what I've been hearing, right, Lady Shine? And that's
right.
Right. Sorry about that. I got it. Yeah, no. Listen. For argument's sake, you know, because you know, boxing is subjective. You know that, right? So if you like a guy, this guy is the best thing since sliced cheese. If you don't like a guy, he's the worst thing since sliced cheese. So depending on which side of the coin that you want to be on, whether you like a guy or don't like a guy, that's going to be, you know. I'm not saying anyone on here. I would like to think that all of us are all objective when it comes to our analysis. Now we do have fighters who we like, and then you may lean towards. There's nothing wrong with that because I'm biased. You know, I do lean towards Crawford. You know what I mean? And I'm admitting that. I'm not going to make it seem like I'm just so objective when it comes to him. But I'm saying from a skill set standpoint, I like him. My complaint against Crawford, like I told you, Ness, he doesn't talk to the media. Mm-hmm. He doesn't come on the Boxing Voice. He doesn't go on Maestro Boxing. Hell, he doesn't even go on the Alphabet Boy channels. He doesn't go anywhere. You see what I'm saying? Just go somewhere. Work the chitlin circuit, like I like to call it, the YouTube streets.
On your Instagram,
right? And talk to the podcasters, the YouTubers, because I feel like we are the voice. We are the ones that's keeping these boxers relevant. People like Nancy's been in the game for 1,000 years. You kind of like laid the blueprint for a lot of people that we're standing on. He's been on for a while.
He's been there for 1,000 years, Ned. Just like William White held up WBC, 1,000 years, 1,000 days. No, he's 1,000 days, wasn't he?
You see what I'm saying? But you know, so that's just my analysis of it. I get it. He hasn't fought anybody. He's going to get exposed when he fight a PBC fighter. Bet on Porter, because I'm betting on Bud. I'm not finna argue about it. I'm betting on Bud all day. I'm praying to God this fight happen. No one wants this fight to happen more than me, Ness. Nobody. I'm not. And of course I'm being facetious, but I'm just saying.
Let me ask you though, unlike Maestro, can you see Porter getting a stoppage or a TKO somehow? TKO stoppage, wave the fight off, towel, anything.
Hell no.
Any of the outcomes not being a 12-round decision.
No. I don't see Porter. He couldn't stop what the dude named Formella.
That's what I was saying.
He couldn't stop that dude.
So,
and he was all over him.
Fury didn't stop Wally, and he was all over him. Like, remember?
Oh man, come on, man. You can't compare no Fury. Man, come on, cut it out, man. Ness, you comparing Fury to Hold on, wait.
What?
Fury's known as Pillow Fist, right?
And so is Shawn Porter.
Yeah. Shawn Porter ain't got no punch power.
Okay.
He doesn't have any punch power.
Okay.
Are you saying that Crawford's gonna get like an eye injury like Fury had that should have?
No.
Yes. I would say that he would get it from a headbutt because we know Shawn Porter fights with his head. He would headbutt him. But I will say this, Ness, my brother. I know you won't agree with me on this. If Shawn Porter fights Crawford the way he fought Errol Spence, the way he fought Adrian Broner, Formella, his ass might get stopped. He might get stopped.
Listen, I'm not saying Crawford can't stop Porter. He's got 9 knockouts in a row. There's a probability is very high that he's going to get his 10th knockout.
Right.
But I just feel just as strong that Shawn Porter is one based off Gamboa wobbling your boy.
He did.
What's my man?
No, hold up.
And Mean Machine dropped him. And Mean Machine dropped Bud.
Let me make my case, Maestro. So Lil Gamboa, who started at 126, he chin checks him and wobbles him. Then you got Captain Hook, you know, from what was that Peter Pan with one leg? David Benavidez.
Benavidez.
Jose, my bad. Jose Benavidez.
Jose Benavidez Jr.
You know, he hurt him with one leg. Then Velasquez, who no one ever heard. I learned his name because he dropped Crawford. I said, let me be respectful. I used to call him Crab and Lobster. I said, fuck it. You know what? You drop Terence, and they don't want to respect you. I respect you. Velasquez is your name. I understand that now. And if those dudes, the less accomplished, they don't got the dog of Shawn. They didn't fight in the amateurs against Daniel Jacobs 6 times, drop him 7 times. They didn't beat Usyk. Like, they're not a 2-time welterweight champion in this generation.
Right.
Nah, y'all tripping, sleeping on Porter.
No, I agree. No, listen, I agree with all of that, what you're saying. You know, Porter got dropped by Ugas and he got dropped by Adrian Broner.
Yeah, and he lost Ugas on my club. But
every fighter gets hurt. Errol Spence got hurt before. So, Ness, you've been watching boxing a long time. Fighters get hurt. It happens.
The question is, how did he finish the fight in those fights? Well, he stopped Jose Benavidez Jr., right? He stopped the Mean Machine. He stopped these dudes. But look, the one thing, and I think that was a decent argument, Ness, I'm not going to lie. But the one thing where I definitely disagree with you is the Gamboa fight, and I'll tell you why. And I think you'll agree with me if I tell you why. Crawford is no 135 pounder. He was killing himself to make that weight class. He was depleting his body. And anyone will tell you that when you're doing that to your body, it affects your chin. It affects your stamina. It affects your endurance. And I remember watching an interview from Miami. I don't know if you were there for the Alvarez fight against Yildirim, but
yeah, I was there.
Andrade was there with standing side by side with Crawford, and he was like, damn, how do you make 147 pounds? So this is a guy that was making 135 pounds. There's a reason why he was a little shakier at that weight class, and it's because he was depleted. He was on skinnier legs. He didn't have the muscle mass and the frame, not the frame, but he didn't have the muscle mass and the strength, I should say, that he's had at 147 pounds. So I'll just say that much.
Maestro, that is a beautiful response. Like, it's almost airtight, except that you're basing this entire theory off other people's situations, and they're all individual situations, and you don't know what Crawford is feeling at all. So we don't know if he was depleted. You're just saying that you're assuming that he was.
I know that he said he was waiting to move up to 140 pounds. I remember him saying that at the time, that he was looking forward to moving up to 140.
Hey,
and
guess what? I'm going to kill you here again. Jamal Charlo literally said he can't make 154, and he was moving to 60. But fans like he's depleted. He said, no, I'm going to make this weight since you think I'm jucking Julian Williams, even though I said I can't. And he made it. You can do whatever you put your mind to. It don't mean, we still don't know if he was depleted or if he was weak. He made it. That's all that matters.
Okay. I mean, look, you can say what you're saying about it. I'm saying what I say about it. I'm talking about physiology, and you're talking about anecdotal this and that ad hominem stuff about what other people have said and haven't said. We just don't know
every individual's person. We don't know like, how would I know what Crawford's feeling during making weight? I can assume, especially based off everything we know about boxing, but we'll still never know, will we? Because there's fighters that say, well, guess what? We got Lorenzo on the day. He's like, nah, I could make 160. Shit, I could do 154. I actually go between. So it's like everyone is different.
There's a difference between making a weight class and fighting at your most suitable weight. That's all I'm saying. Are you staying here now that Crawford can make 135 pounds and will be as strong at 135 as he is at 147? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that Crawford made 135.
You're saying that because he can make 135 pounds, that he's just as strong at 135, even right now.
No, I'm going to tell you what I'm saying. I'm saying that when he was fighting at 35, he was making it. And that's why he was winning at that weight. And then when he couldn't make it anymore, he moved up.
But a while ago, you were talking about Kell Brook going back to 147 and how he wasn't as strong over there.
Exactly.
So
no, I didn't say he wasn't as strong, but I will say that because that's a dude that's been out of the division 3 years. 3 years. See, I'm not making this hypothetical that you are about Crawford going back to 35. No, I'm just saying simply this. When he was at 35, he looked good, he was strong, he was dominant, but he also got hurt. When he moved to 40, he was good, he was strong, he was dominant. When he moved to 47, he was good, he was strong, dominant, but he also got hurt 2 times. You can't take that away. Like, Earl got hurt by that dude Lardy, which was a southpaw, and guess what? He ain't fought a southpaw since.
You got Porter by knockout.
I have Porter by knockout as one of the probabilities.
Probability, not even possibility.
No, possibility.
No, probability. It's a probability.
Wow, probability. Okay.
Yeah, it's a probability. Like, just like, I envision it the way he did Bonet and Malignaggi, because for me, I just want, this is why you see Malachi's like, oh, I never knew Porter had this many fans. He doesn't have this many fans. These are just people so intrigued and desperate for Crawford to be in an even fight where no one can say, nah, boo. Nah, this is it. You finally giving us what we want. So now we like, damn, how he gonna do? Because he never been in with this. That's it.
Well, he's never been in with a PBC fighter since he's been in the 147
No, it ain't
division.
about PBC.
No. Reason why I'm saying that, because that's what people are saying. Because all of the top welterweights are with the PBC.
Yeah. And the other thing too, what intriguing things about this promotion?
But I think it's more than welterweight. I'm saying in general, Maestro and Malachi, in general, he ain't never been in with this sort of, like, he never been in a 50-50 fight. This is,
let me tell you one of the,
even if you don't believe this,
he was an underdog against Victor Postal.
Yeah.
No, he was an underdog against Victor Postal.
Bruh, like I told somebody that super chat, whoever you was watching when they said that he was an underdog, just immediately unsubscribe. Don't watch. They gonna dumb you down. Don't, like, come on.
No, but I'm just saying this. You know, he was.
I know there's gonna be Crawford super fans. They're gonna be like, "Yo, Ness, but you know he was an underdog versus Gamboa," and it's like, I don't care what Ring Magazine was saying. Show me what the bookie said. Show me what the bookie said. That's where you know who the underdog is for real. And don't show me day of the fight, because that's when all your little fanboys put money. Show me the fight got announced today. What the line say? That's what the fight is.
Well, I tell you what.
When Mikey fought Earl, he was a fucking like 480. We knew. Or 380. Then the money start coming in on Mikey. All the Mexicans with their belief. There was a lie. He wasn't going to win. You got to, as soon as the fight start, as soon as the fight is announced, that's when you check them lines, and you'll know the truth. And we are going to know the truth with Porter and Crawford. And I'm probably going to be wrong. Crawford's going to be an overwhelming favorite, but I still want to see, can he, this is for sure a truck. He's a truck. He's built and durable. Like, we got to see Crawford get through that.
I don't think Crawford is going to be an overwhelming favorite. I think, based on what you said, I think that because Porter has fought all of the tough dogs in the welterweight division. He's fought Shawn. He's fought Keith Thurman. He's fought Danny Garcia. Well, everybody beat Danny Garcia ass in the welterweight division, so that don't count really. But he's fought Errol Spence. He's fought Errol Spence. He's fought Kell Brook back in the day in 2014. I think because of his body of work at the welterweight division, Shawn Porter should be an overwhelming favorite, because Terence Crawford, he's the smaller guy. He ain't fought nobody. He's been ducking everybody. He's got dropped by Mean Machine. He's been hurt by all those same arguments that you're making. Because of that, Shawn Porter should be an overwhelming favorite. And he's going to expose Bud. And in spite of all of that,
see, but that's
I'm riding with Bud.
That ain't the way. Go ahead.
You take Lady Chan's definition from earlier today of a gatekeeper, her definition, not mine or yours. That's what Shawn Porter is right now.
No, right? Shawn Porter's a 2-time champion. I won't say he's a gatekeeper.
You missed the first part of the show.
No, he was a 2-time champion. He's not anymore.
The first part of the show, Coach Malachi. I'm not saying he's a gatekeeper. I'm saying the definition that our sister dropped earlier about what she considers a gatekeeper to be, not the typical gatekeeper. But here's what I'm going to say about this fight. One of the reasons this fight, and I think I said this on your channel already, that it's intriguing, is because for years we've been hearing about how Terence Crawford is not the truth at welterweight, or he hasn't done anything at welterweight. Right? Well, for those who don't believe that, right, they get to prove it, or he gets to prove it for them on this promotion. And for those that do believe that, if Terence Crawford loses to Shawn Porter, a guy who's lost to a lot of people in the PBC, or to a few people, right? Thurman and Spence principally, then that ends up being the truth in the narrative. Like, this guy was over there on Top Rank, not fighting the best. And look, we didn't even send over our best, and look at what we got against them, right? So all of that is going to make this a big fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I'm saying. That's like, this is what I want the narrative to be. I want the narrative to stay the same. I'm not saying that's what you're saying, Ness, or Lady Shan. What I'm saying is this. Crawford hasn't fought anybody. He's got dropped by Mean Machine. He got hurt by Gamboa. He's been fighting tomato cans. He has a terrible resume. Great. Let that be the story. Shawn Porter he's a two-time champion. He's fought Arrow. He's fought Keith Thurman. He has a better body of work. He's fought better competition. That's how they should sell this fight. They should sell it like that. Make Shawn Porter this monster guy, which I like Shawn Porter. He's a good. I don't like his boxing style. He fights like a running back to me. But neither here nor there. That should be the narrative, and he should be the massive favorite. And I'm betting the house on Terence Crawford. I'm betting the house on. I'm praying to God that Vegas has it that way. I'm betting the house on Terence Crawford.
Me too.
I don't see no odds, man. They ain't got no odds. They just an article says that Odds Checker had Crawford the favorite against Spence, but not against Porter. There's no odds. But if you have him a favorite against Spence, you're obviously gonna have him a favorite against Porter. But you know how many? It doesn't say. But that's what's gonna be interesting for me is to see, what the odds maker have. Is he a 3-1? Is he a 3-1 favorite? Is he a 2-1? Is he 4-1? Is he 4-1? Those are all very interesting questions that I want answered. Let me see. We got Majid in Ohio. Are you available? All right.
He's not available out there in the Midwest.
Stainless, are you available?
Red belt, black belt, WO and green. I'm king. Undisputed GOAT, TBE. And you can catch the news first on TPV. Voice of the people, now let me speak. Scientists of the sweet, BOXING.
Stainless, we do not hear you. There you go. No, I don't hear you, champ. Bro, I can't believe they ain't got no odds for this fight. They tripping.
Maybe it's because it hasn't been officially announced yet.
Yeah, but sometimes big fights have that. Like, I'm shit. Pacquiao fucking Conor got odds. Stainless, you might have to hang up and call back in. It ain't going through.
Hey Ness, you know what I noticed though? Like, I don't know if you subscribe to the Porter Way podcast. I watch his show. I like Shawn Porter. He's very articulate. It's hard not to like Shawn Porter.
Mm-hmm. I like Shawn Porter.
I like this dude a lot.
I don't like his boxing style.
But outside of the ring, Ness, bro, I love this guy. Like, I love this guy. Shawn Porter is the type of guy. If I'm 47, but if I was like older. A little older,
y'all can hear me
the type of guy that you would want to bring home and meet your sisters and stuff.
Go ahead, Stainless. Yeah. Hold on one moment. Let me get to my caller here in Nashville. What up?
Yo, I see you got a full pack panel. Lady Shan, I never met you before, so welcome to it. Who else you got on here?
I got Lady Shan, I got Maestro, and Coach Malachi.
Coach Malachi, welcome. Maestro, is it Maestro or Maestro? Because I keep hearing different.
Maestro.
If you say it in Spanish, Maestro. If you say it in English, it's Maestro. I'm good with either or.
All right. Well, yeah, I want to welcome all of y'all. Appreciate y'all coming on. Much like Ness, I don't agree with all y'all views, but we boxing fans, we ain't supposed to agree. That's what debates and discussions are made for. I do think that this is a pay-per-view fight, though. I'm sorry. We all been asking for Shawn Porter. I've been waiting for Shawn Porter and Terence Crawford since Crawford first came up to 47. I thought he'd be a true test for him. Like I say, Porter's a rough and tumble guy. I think he could knock Bud out, but it'd be the same way that he knocked out Berto with headbutts. That's the only way I see that happen. I don't know what y'all talking about. I got a lot of respect for Shawn Porter. Like he's versatile enough. He's able to switch it up. You know what I'm saying? He's a tough dude. So I love watching his fights. They're not always the most exciting. We got the Ugas fight and the Formella fight, but they were still good fights. You know what I'm saying? And he at least has, a fight on pay-per-view. So I think that it would do good numbers on pay-per-view. I don't really know about any other topics. I kept hearing y'all throw Fury and Wilder in there, but I think that's just more the heavyweight thing, using it as a gauge, a barometer for talking about the Porter Crawford pay-per-view, right?
Yeah, that was the main thing. But you can always switch.
Yeah, I mean it's always a lot of disrespect out there for Bud. Like I always say, I'm a fan of boxing, but I do enjoy watching his fights. Either way, I think that'd be a great test and a great clash. Like Info said, this is our new golden age. We just need them all to fight each other. And I mean, I hear rumors and speculation that Bud may come over to PBC, so we may be sitting on the cusp of something great.
And they could
but y'all know me, man.
Rank Toby. If he comes over to the PBC, we can't hear no top rank Toby.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, I mean, there's a documentary on Showtime right now talking about the Four Kings, and I mean, it might have just been for show, but Arum and Don King couldn't stand each other, but they had no problem negotiating to make some of the greatest fights we saw through the 80s. So I don't see why we got so much red tape that we can't do the same or get something close to it. It ain't got to be all the welterweights, you know what I'm saying? But at this point, when you're talking about who's a guy who's considered by a lot of top media, sports media sources and boxing media sources as one of the pound for pound best, and you can't get a fight with these other guys that want to be on that list, it still don't make no sense to me. But man, y'all get me through another work day, man. I think I'm in for 14 or 15 hours today, so keep it going. I look forward to the conversation on the back call afterwards too. As I always say, please make sure you push that thumbs up, share this in every episode of the Boxing Voice podcast. This is TBV for life. And if you ain't on Patreon, that's because you're stupid. And shout out to El Camino. Peace.
All right, salute.
Man, he said so much. I was going to jump on something there, and it slipped me. But, man,
hey,
Coach,
go
you
ahead.
a coach in boxing?
What to say?
Are you a coach in boxing, physical, like what, coach Malachi?
Oh, no. I do strength and conditioning in the gym.
Okay.
I've been like weightlifting. I boxed for 5 years. You know what I mean? So now I work with a lot of guys who are getting ready for like bodybuilding tournaments and powerlifting tournaments and stuff like that. And, just helping them with their form and technique, getting them ready. I got some guys who are getting ready for competitions right now, 35 years old. I'm training them right now. I'm making damn good money with it too.
35 in competition like bodybuilding?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Let me see who else is on the line. Natural Wiz, Hamilton, Canada. What up? You avail? No, Natural Wiz. You behind the truck, champ? All right. Well.
Where are they?
Well, that is all the callers then, ladies and gentlemen. Unless y'all got anything else, we finally wrapped up. Lady Shan, you are certainly a soldier. You still here the entire time. No checking out. I love it.
No, it's all good. Love boxing. Love it. So, I'm a student of the game. I can always learn by coming on platforms. I don't profess to know it all. I just interject my opinion, and I like learning. And I thank you for having me, though, Ness.
You're welcome back. You're welcome back. I really enjoyed. I mean, I love your one-liners. I want to see how long you last. I've had no UK panelists that last. Usually, like when the fight happens, y'all get really emotional, and then it's like, bye, I lose y'all because of that. Like I lost when Brooke lost to Earl. Forget about it.
Really?
AJ lost to Ruiz. I lost another one. I've never kept a UK host. They get so emotional over the, and it's like You can't say nothing because you know Americans, we gonna laugh. We invented na boo boo, so it's like he lost, you know, and they don't like it. They don't like it. They don't like it. So
especially if you from the Northeast too, from the New York area.
One thing you gotta know about me, I've had it clear. I grew up in Staten Island. My mum's so I grew up many that years, summers there, 3 months at a time. My mum's the only one in the UK that my mum's got sisters that just served in the US Army. I grew up on base when they came to Europe. So I grew up in New York. I I know the whole na, but Ali accent free. I know it all. I know it all.
She hilarious, yo. Yo, she said Ali. I remember that shit. I don't even know what game that was for, but I promise you I remember that shit.
We used to do it. It's like a run out game. Oh,
wow.
Yeah, so I know it. I'm good. I'll be here as long as you want me. I'm here.
All three of you are more than welcome. Malachi definitely got to come back. Jumping on late, we didn't get to, enough of his takes.
Oh man, listen, I'm so sorry, Ness, man. It was something very simple.
Yeah,
it's always
all good. Listen, I'm here 7 days a week, champ. You are more than welcome to come back. Especially as a Bud fan, you know, these dudes need someone to protect and defend Bud. You know how that gets.
Hey, listen, I come under constant attack. I get it. I'm on the other side of the street. You know what I mean? I have no problem with that. I like being on the other side of the street.
Yo, let me ask you. You think he resigns though?
No, he shouldn't. I mean, after Bob talked about him, said what he said about him, he should just move on. Maybe just stay a free agent, fight on a fight by fight basis if he can. You know, that's what I think he should do.
So, do you think this fight happens in the 30 days or do they go to purse bid?
I think it go to purse bid because I'm gonna tell you why I say that, Ness. Maestro Chan, check me out. Bob Arum and Al Heyman have not been able to put together a top ranked PBC fight for Bud since he's been over there for 3 years. So if they haven't been able to work it out in 3 years, 30 days is not going to make them be able to work it out, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. If they haven't been able to come to some kind of agreement where Bud can fight, forget Errol Spence, fight any PBC fighter. Because he's fought PBC fighters at 140, but since he's been at 147, he hasn't been able to get a land a PBC fighter, right? Okay, cool. So 30 days mandated by the WBO, it doesn't mean a goddamn thing. I'm hoping it goes to purse bid. Let Shawn Porter get all the money that he wants. Let Crawford get all the money that he wants. Maybe Eddie Hearn can get it. I wouldn't mind Eddie Hearn getting it since he likes to drop it like it's hot when it comes to the money. Pause. But let him get it. I don't think Al maybe out. I don't think he'll, I don't know.
So let me go.
Well, I meant to say that earlier, bro. That's my ideal scenario right there. It goes to purse bid. Eddie Hearn swoops in, wins the purse bid, and then it goes on Dazn, and then I don't have to complain about $85 anymore.
Let me ask the two of you guys a question. Let me ask you guys a question.
Sure.
Do you think Bob is as confident as Malachi in Crawford winning the Porter fight?
Yes, I think Bob's probably most concerned only about whether or not he controls Bud Crawford's financial and boxing future and, where Bud ends up. Because,
you don't think so I just want to be clear. Like, you don't think Bob thinks Porter, like he's no threat. Bob thinks, Crawford walks through him the way that Malachi thinks is what I'm saying. Like, he's not afraid. He's like, he's going to walk through him, man.
I don't know if he thinks he's going to walk through him, but I'm pretty sure he thinks he's going to win the fight.
Okay,
I mean, what I'm sure he wouldn't want is for him to win the fight and then end up becoming a PBC fighter is what I'm trying to say.
Well, let me clarify.
I think that Bob thinks, because Bob thinks that any of his fighter walks through any of our other fighters. He says it, but we don't know if he really believes it. But
he didn't think Tio was going to beat Loma, though. That's why I'm asking y'all.
He didn't want Teofimo to beat Loma.
And he's on record.
Yeah, that's right.
And he's on record on multiple interviews saying that Crawford got hurt by a southpaw and that's why they didn't want to put him in with Pacquiao. Like, go
That's
look
why I
at
don't
it.
like Bob anyway.
Bob also,
What I said,
yeah.
going back to the beginning of the show, you can't really go by what he's not a good barometer to go by. He's just a liar. That's why I just.
Absolutely, and he picks favorites. Like, he didn't want, obviously, Rigo to beat Donade, a fight that I was at here at Radio City Music Hall. In fact, he was so upset with Rigo for doing that, he then went on a media tour talking about how he's boring, how he wants to make people throw up and all type of stuff. Well, he just whooped your boy's ass in an exciting fight, so that didn't make any sense. You know what I mean?
I think he feels that his fighter will be that Bud will be
Ness, let me clear this up. I'm not saying that Terence Crawford, my favorite fighter right now, him, Canelo Alvarez, and as well, and Anthony Joshua. I'm not saying that, and Boots Ennis as well. I'm not saying that Terence Crawford is going to easily walk through Shawn Porter. No one is going to easily walk through Shawn Porter. So let me clarify that. I'm not saying that at all. All I'm saying is if Shawn Porter fights Bud, like, use those football tactics, running in, headbutting, if he come in like that, the way he fought Adrian Broner, the way he fought Errol Spence, the way he fought Formella, I'm saying if he fights with that style, he'll get popped.
And if he tries to fight him like Uga's coach, he's going to lose a unanimous decision if he tries to outbox Terence Crawford, the way I see it.
Let me rephrase it then. Do you believe that Bob is confident that Terence Crawford is going to win?
Yes.
To be honest with you, man, I don't know if you noticed this. I'm not the Bob Arum fan. I don't like Bob. I don't care what Bob thinks.
I don't like Bob Arum.
But I just want. Do you think he thinks?
Confident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Confident.
Okay, Bob Arum is the worst mainstream promoter in boxing.
It's not about promoting. It's more about the confidence level, because I don't know if you guys are aware. I think Malachi, you were definitely not on Maestro. I'm not sure if you were on. I know Shan, you were. It could have went over your head. I don't know. So I'll repeat it. They got 30 days to get this done. If they don't, there's no rematch clause if you go to purse bid. You understand?
Right.
That's
so
good.
Again, we go back to the confidence.
The purse bid. Like I said, I'm hoping for that.
He sounds in this article overly positive.
Right.
He wants to lock it in before the 30. I don't know if there's confidence. I'm saying that's just my interpretation. Because if you do go to purse bid and Daddy Al Warbucks with the big, money, he's giving Canelo his biggest payday, not Dazn. It was Dazn, not no more. It's Al. So if Al go to purse bid and wins, now you ain't got no rematch on your belt. I just don't know. We'll see where the confidence is at, whether or not 30 days pass and we go to purse bid, because no rematches. Woof.
Yeah, so I think that's what will give him the more incentive to make this fight happen in the 30 days.
And here's the caveat, right? If I could negotiate this fight with Al within this 30, I get one more Terence Crawford fight. Not this one, but the rematch clause. Because I'm not going to let my fighter go in there without a rematch clause. But if we go to purse bid, there's no rematch. So for Bob, he want to fight. He want to get him in the contract because he want that rematch clause. Yeah. His real contract is up in October. Yeah. But if you sign a rematch clause and lose, I mean, Bob, he got the rights to that fight. Or at least,
and it's a gauge, because what I'm thinking is, because if Bud looks amazing and how he wins with against Porter, then maybe that will give what he did with Teofimo. Maybe he will re-sign him and up the offer and say, "Yo, you looked amazing. I'm going to give you $6 million a fight now if you extend the contract."
Because Tio was mad. Oh, he was furious. He was leaving. He was leaving, but all of a sudden now he got COVID, and he come out of COVID, and him and Bob is best friends, and he don't want to go to Australia no more. But when he was trying to sell us this fight, before even Triller was involved, Australia, he got a big fan base. Australia, now I don't want to go to Australia. I'm telling you.
$10 million fight in Australia is what he was saying. Remember that?
Hey, listen, all I know is that Bob got that I'll change your mind money.
Ness, I gotta get up out of here.
Now
Before
we all
I do,
out, man. We all out. Everybody give out your social media. Actually, yeah, everybody give out your social media. I'll take that last call. I got J-Mac trying to come in. Unless y'all want to stick around in case he wants some work with y'all. J-Mac, who you got?
Hey, don't forget about me, Ness.
I don't even see you. I can't even hear you. No, I'm joking. I got you, Jonathan. What up?
Yo.
What up?
Can y'all hear me?
We hear you.
I wish you'd have dropped that intro right before my call, but I think you already did. Nah, man, you know where I stand at with this, with this Bud Crawford talk. I heard Shan call her. I didn't hear the coach call, but man, Shawn Porter will walk right into some. People want to say what Shawn Porter did with other fighters. Bud make too many adjustments to fall for the little okey doke shit Shawn Porter do. And I think Shawn Porter's biggest problem with this Bud, when he try to smother and get up close, he got to stop his feet to throw punches. Bud too slippery. Bud too, he moves, he adjusts. He too rangy for Shawn Porter to be standing there in front of him. I said a long time ago, it's going to be similar to the Felix Diaz. Well, people say he don't fight like Felix Diaz. Actually, Felix Diaz was a better boxer, but you saw what he did with him. Shawn Porter, I don't think is stronger than Bud. Just strength-wise, a lot of people got this this thing like Bud ain't strong. I mean, the dude was a wrestler. He's core strong. He's a different type of strength. And Shawn Porter athleticism, unfortunately, I don't think in a fight or a boxing match against Bud is going to put Bud in a situation where Bud uncomfortable. Because Bud is an elite athlete for us when it comes down to stamina and conditioning. So I got Bud stopping him. I don't know what fight plan Bud is going in there in the ring against. If he go out box him or he just look him. So I can't put no money on it because that's still the sport of boxing. But I do got Bud. If Shawn Porter bites off more than he can chew, I got Bud possibly stopping like the lady said, with by the referee and standing up or stopping the fight and stuff like that. I mean, it's simple, but I don't see the complexity in this fight like everybody else do. I think they want Shawn Porter to be.
I got a few more callers. If y'all want to go ahead and give out your social media, y'all been on for a long time. Y'all can do so.
I got to get going. So, salute to Coach Malachi, to Lady Chen, and to you as well, obviously, Ness, for having me on. It's been great talking to everybody. I want to thank everyone in the chat. All of you are great. Love the conversation, the back and forth, the banter, the sharing of opinions. It's always a great thing. I'll be on live today, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live from here from New York City with my brother Kenny T. We go live 8 p.m. on my channel, 5 p.m. Pacific. We take calls on that show, so join us for that. Everybody else, again, take care. You can check me out on Maestro A Boxing. Subscribe, like, share my content if you can. Everyone have a great week, and I'll try to be back soon, Ness.
For sure, man. Thank you again, as always. And Malachi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is our boy, Coach Malachi Williams. You can find me at 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, Sunday through Friday, from 3 o'clock to 5:30. You know what I mean? So we will be on again today. You know what I mean? Channel is a little controversial. I get a lot of death threats and get called a lot of, names and stuff. But that's okay. Just show up. You can send me some more death threats at 3 o'clock. Call me some names at 3 o'clock. I have no problem with it. You just come on Sunday through Friday. New Media Today USA Boxing. That's New Media Today USA Boxing. That's where I'll be at right here, reporting live, Miami, Florida, in the Carroll City area. Hey, thanks, Ness. Thank you so much, brother.
Man, I didn't know you was in Miami. We got to get up, man. I'll be down.
Yeah, man. I'm over here by Murder Grove.
Okay. Shan, let everybody know where they can find you.
I am, like I said, Lady Shan Boxing. Come box with Shan. You can find me in all social medias. The same at Lady Shan, LadyChann. You'll probably bump into a lot of my music as well by typing in my name. Type in my name and you'll find me. I would like to say thank you, Ness, for having me. Ness, definitely you got to come on my show, like we said. It'd be amazing to have you on my show. Different dynamic. Well, it'd be the same dynamic, just a different backdrop, wouldn't it, Ness?
Yeah.
Well, your backdrop would be the same, and so was mine. Actually, scrap that. It would just be a different platform. We still have.
I'm looking forward to it. Let me know the times and dates, and I'm there.
Yeah, later. I'll hit you up later, and
sure.
we get it done, mi hermano.
Okay.
Gracias, apreciado mucho.
Gracias a usted.
And I am gone.
Jonathan, talk to me in Ohio.
Hey, what's up, buddy? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
All right, let me get right into it. Good job, Ness, man. I'm so proud of you, yo. You just keep going forward, brother. First things first. I'm sorry that two sheep got off the line. And let me say this. Y'all who be sending death threats to people, that's just crazy, man. Like, we can have fun and joke, but to send death threats, like, it's just boxing talk. Chill. Anyways, my question is, why would Bud leave Top Rank, especially if he's getting guaranteed pay? I just find it hard to believe. And I think that, like you, Bob makes this fight happen within 30 days. And if the fight gets done, it, to me, further cements Bud staying with Top Rank, not Al, but with Top Rank, because it shows that they can get the fights done. So it behooves Bob to get this fight done in 30 days to further prove to Terence that he could stay with Top Rank and get the guaranteed pay. Also, I don't think this fight is a pay-per-view. A lot of people call in and talk about opinion, but business-wise, financially, the numbers does not show this is a pay-per-view fight. The promoters, managers, they're going to lose money based off previous history. Will I like to see it on pay-per-view? Sure, as long as the fight happens. But is it a pay-per-view fight? If I'm putting on the fight, I am not putting it on pay-per-view because it's coming out of my pocket. But to each his own. Duke mentioned Porter being or Bud being the underdog to Porter based on level of competition. I think that was kind of laughable. But I will say this. I do have Bud beating Porter, but I do think Porter's last few fights, he has shown tremendously better in boxing skills. I just don't know why people equate pressure to football style. Like, to me, that just shows you've never been in the ring and you don't know what you're talking about. Pressure is not football style. He's just presenting pressure in his own style. Like, why can't you just respect this style? Why do you have to define it as a football player? He's being very effective with it, but that's my 2 cents on everything.
All right, brother. Am I leaving anybody else behind? Speak now, forever hold your peace. Stainless, Boomerang. No Boomerang. All right, time to go eat lunch. That's GTO.
Yeah, you can hear me.
I hear you.
Apologies, man. You know, I'm at work, so I gotta get it in.
Do you, baby?
I ain't really got nothing to add, man. I stay. I done muted myself. I stay on appreciation for the show, man. Like I say, I just took a few days off to rest my body up before I go back to just going hardcore. # no days off. So like I say, first day back is already gonna be 15, and it sounds like I'm whining or complaining, but that's just me giving shout out and respect to every other person that's listening. You know what I'm saying? Because I know that they all working to get through their day too. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what they feel it is. You know what I'm saying? If you one of them drivers, though, be safe out there right now. Shouts out to you and your panel, you know what I'm saying, for getting us through the first part of our shift. Hopefully you'll be back with another show pretty soon so we can get through the second half. And as I always say, please make sure you push that thumbs up. Share this and every episode of the Boxing Voice podcast. This TBV for life. And if you ain't on Patreon, you a pendejo. Shout out to El Camino. Peace.
All right, ladies and gents, let me get to these super chats before I get up out of here. We got Super Max that says, allowed out 1 hour a day? Man, I know rec time when I hear it. What day do you get store in quarantine? He trying to say she's really on like lockdown. Shout out to Supermax. Next up, we got Texas Bulldog Boxing. It says, casuals believe Tio's undisputed. He does not hold the WBC. I wonder if that's just him giving a phrase to like casuals believe anything, or was that specific to us? I don't remember us talking about Tio's undisputed, which is totally disputed. Ken Stone says Porter is this generation's Shane Mosley Sr. I think people thought Shane had more skill than they think Porter has. You know, Shane was like all fast and slick. You know, but he was a bit wild too. But he was also a huge puncher. Nah, wrong one, man. People thought he could punch, and he did beat the shit out of Margarito. And, you know, he had some legit wins. I mean, he could beat Oscar. Count Drago says, it's ESPN Fox collaboration. Who could be on the undercard? That's the details that need to get worked out. How many fights does each entity get to put on the undercard? Are we going to do another us versus you undercard, or is it going to be I get one fight, so I put both I put my A side in and I bring an opponent, and you get the other undercard and you bring an A side and you put your opponent? Or are we doing, my guy versus your guy? Like, imagine we could get an all top rank versus all PBC, but they won't. They don't think that way. That was Don King. Like, Don King thought about, like, strong pay-per-view undercards. Like, these people don't think like that. Like, Bob is literally on record saying, like, no one shows up for the undercard. They all get to the arena for the main event. And that's because you've been putting on shit undercards. So it's like, why would I be there? But anyway. We got Candrago. He said that. Tigre says, Jake Paul and Bud. Who's the pay-per-view star from the two? We'll see. Jake Paul is in his fight. When's his fight? His fight's probably before Bud. Definitely before Bud. So we'll see what his numbers will be. I mean, I know Coppinger, now that he's with ESPN, he ain't going to keep no friends. The real numbers will be reported because he's with a huge company, so he needs to bring in good news. T Bonafide, supporting the best podcast in the world. Shout out to T all the way in Canada, Toronto. Appreciate you. Roughhouse Boxing. Coach Myers had 2 super chats, but we gave you those. So no need in saying it, right? And we got Roughhouse Boxing TV that says, Lady Shan, the argument of pay-per-view stars between US and UK has been a thing for years. If the UK government hadn't capped pay-per-view prices, how'd that affect UK boxing? Yeah, we need a fucking U.S. government to cap our pay-per-views. I'll tell you that. I would love to pay $50. Like, 50 is a good number, man. You know what I'm saying? 50 is a good number. 80 is like, sheesh. Matt Ben in Kansas City says, Brooke was all dead. Khan is damaged goods versus Bud. Shawn smokes Bud. Uh-oh, Matt Ben in Kansas City. Now everybody's going to ask you for a bet. I'm telling you. I don't want none of my people going against Bud to bet, because then I don't want you disappearing from the show and shit if he loses and shit. Here go another dude trying to make a bet. See? KDDR says, Ness, I got $200 on Crawford to beat the snot out of Porter and stop him. Porter will be another number victim and another number and a victim on his KO streak. If you're willing to bet on Porter, holla at me. Ben didn't KO Formella. Ken Stone super chat and said Ben didn't KO Formella. So I don't know why they acting like that, yo. Why they acting like he knocked him out? That was Maestro, man, with the false information. Shout out to Ken Stone. Now I'm going to have to Google this shit. Let me see who's lying. Tell me, who's lying, who's not? Tell me who really knocked out Formella. Connor Ben. Box Rack. Yo, Connor Ben looks better without the braids. Just saying, man. Better look. You know what I'm saying? He does talk a great game, too. I ain't going to front. I don't know if y'all been watching him talk about Granados. And obviously you heard him spit the Spanish to Vargas. Like, he knows how to sell. So when it's his time, I'm gonna be definitely rooting for the kid, because he knows how to put himself in position. But Connor, no, he didn't stop Formella. So my man was over here capping. He was trying to make it sound like Porter has no power because Ben stopped him. And Porter had 2 more rounds and still couldn't stop him, though. He went 12 with Formella and Ben had 10. Fucking poor Formella, man. He got put on by me Thulani Mbenge, man. Nobody knew Mbenge, man. I made that fight big. I told Crawford take that fight. And here we are. Here we are. So many years later, getting a Mngembe opponent in some way, some fashion, right? Because had Crawford just fought Thulani all them years ago, we probably wouldn't even be here because Porter wouldn't be able to have a fucking eliminator with Formella. Like, Formella wouldn't even be around, you know what I'm saying? But, small world in the boxing world. How many welterweights in the world? Let me see. Oof. 1,765. That's more than the middleweights. Wow. That's a lot of registered welterweights. We got another super chat from Rolling with the Punches, who says, all Shawn needs. Rolling with the Punches, man. I ain't going to tell you again. Send me the footage, bro. I got the perfect fight. You and Jason Hotsey, man. Come on. All Shawn needs to learn this training camp, put more weight in his feet. I feel Porter punches with his shoulders and biceps. Throw the fists. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who they bring in, too. Ken always brings in someone. You know, he's brought in Barry. You know, he's brought in many people. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see who they bring in to help a little bit. But on the way out, don't forget, we will be in the building August 14th and the 31st. This Friday and Saturday, we in Atlanta for the BPE card. Definitely check us out there. And August 14th, we're back for the Lorenzo Truck Simpson and Darren Cunningham card. And you can watch those fights right here on youtube.com/The Boxing Voice. I'm your host, SGTO. Catch me on another one.